going to go over and start with the Astrodoodle. Alright, here we go. Okay, I just have a little tiny bit more to do. Give me a second. All right, here we are. Greetings, welcome. Thanks for everybody who's here. Let's have a look. Who showed up? Hello, Ivona. I see you. And Michelle Peterson. I know you've been here before, but I just don't remember much about the experience or personal details or anything. I'm pretty certain you've been here before. Thank you for dropping in again. Dear Queen of Water over there in Australia. Wow, very nice. Thank you. Dear Necessary Truth. Greetings and good evening. And you're saying hello to Love Triber and Bubba, the famous cat, of course. Yes, this is a really very serious time we're in right now. I said this months ago. I was talking to Love Triber, and I highlighted March as an extremely turbulent, very hazardous month for the whole of planet Earth. Not just us folks here at Terra Lumination. Okay. So, let me go over here for a second. As you can see, I've put a lot of red in here. This is a very hazardous situation. I also included Black Moon Lilith, which I don't normally do because I don't know that much about it. But when I saw the aspect, I thought, well, man, I have to put this in here. And from my personal perspective, what I'm seeing here is, like, on a global scale, we are seeing the mass hallucination, the mass fraud, the massive, I would call it the propaganda agenda, what's fake and what's real when it comes to news and information about anything and everything. I don't know about you, but I get a lot of information from external sources. I do my own homework, of course. You know, I've got my ephemeris and charts, and I study all of that, and I come to my own conclusions. But I also pick up information from lots of little YouTube stations, major YouTube stations, and whatever, friends and family. And when I saw, I was looking in December and January, months ago, when I saw the charts for March of 2022, I knew it was going to be bad. I also knew that we were going to see war, major war, when Mars came closer and closer to Pluto. We've talked about that for months now. When Mars conjoined Pluto, the whole war in Ukraine broke out, extreme hyper-violence, and that is continuing through, and it's going to continue for months to come, I'm sad to say. It's very, very tragic, but it is inevitable. It's simply inevitable. What is so sad is that everything, including this, is perfect. It is absolutely beautiful. This is sacred geometry. It can only be perfect. The problem comes is when, how do humans interpret this? How do we handle this energy? And sadly, on the level of the collective, the global collective, humanity has been reduced to depravity. It's just complete depravity. It's showing what human beings are capable of when there is no, when there is an absence of love and a predominance of extreme brutality and violence and obsession with control and power here on physical terms on planet Earth. What we're looking at here, we've got Mercury, Jupiter, Neptune, and the Sun, pretty much all really compressed. Hello, ECAT. Okay. ECAT. We've got all that energy compressed over here in the 12th house on a global scale. That would indicate, sadly, we are seeing the shadow side. There is a beautiful side to this, but it is so completely obscured by the shadow side. You would think that there's none, the concept of love, the concept of good, and the concepts of compassion and love and caring have completely vaporized and dissolved in a cloud of nothingness across planet Earth. You would think that humanity, after tens of thousands of years of evolution, would get to the point where we could figure out communal ways to function without having to resort to serial violence on a global scale, where it's just mass slaughter, where somebody basically says, I don't like you anymore, I'm going to do this and this and this because I want that and that and that, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to use violence. And what's extremely disturbing is that we're seeing it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on the global media, if you know where to look. Of course, a lot of big stations are not reporting it. They're only showing you the little, the glossy things that they can show on the mass media. This would be the energy of the mainstream media, which is completely owned and controlled by the elites, the cabal, and they have a heavy interest in propaganda and a complete absence of truth. So when you see Black Moon Lilith over here, this very sort of shadowy, dark energy of mischief and trouble, in the high degrees of Gemini, which is all about global communication, and you see that it is in heavy square with 4 planets simultaneously in Neptune, you can see that this is the perfect setup for global lies, propaganda, censorship, everything that we are witnessing today. Okay? So, in a way, when you're looking at all this, you shouldn't be shocked, because this is just another chapter in the evolution of humanity. But it is a very, very significant chapter in terms of the astrology and the way that humans have evolved over thousands of years. And we're going to live through this in our lifetimes. This pattern is going to be with us for weeks to come. And over the last 3 to 4 weeks, in fact, the last couple of months, the build-up to all this violence and depravity is guaranteed. The things that we are seeing in the news today, with the bloodshed and the slaughter and the crimes against humanity all over here in Europe. And what is the most sickening part for me, the part that makes my stomach churn and with vomit, is that we the people, as represented by these disgusting leaders that we have over here in America, they're basically standing by and watching this slaughter happen. They don't have to. They're doing it because they can claim that they have political immunity, because Ukraine is not actually part of the United States. It's not part of NATO. It's not part of the European Union. So we have no legal obligation to step in there. So we're just going to sit by and watch while Putin and his gang do literally a gang rape on Ukraine. Now, there's a lot of people in Europe, a lot of governments and countries in Europe who are volunteering in the fight to help them protect Ukraine. Now, Ukraine has a very dark history, okay? Don't get me wrong. It's a highly corrupt country in its own way, but it wants freedom. It wants to break away from the evil influence of the Russian totalitarian and the oligarchs over here. And so they've been begging, okay? The Ukrainian leader has now been basically deemed to be a world hero, because he is standing up defiantly to the oppressors. And they're begging, literally begging, please help us. Please send us jets and planes Thank you for all the missiles and the anti-tank guns and the anti-aircraft missiles, but we need fighter jets now. And the offers were already made from over here in Western Europe, but Uncle Joe stopped it. He refused to play the game. Anyway, I don't want to get too judgmental here tonight, because everything is exactly as it should be. It's not surprising that Uncle Joe is doing what he's doing. He's actually part of the cabal that is trying to destroy the United States and Canada and Western Europe with our so-called democracies and our constitutions that demand and give us the rights to protect and defend our privacy and our persons and our finances and our family and our homes. Hello, Sarah. It's amazing that we can watch this today in real time. We can sit by, just like what people watch, the Super Bowls or sports or Netflix. Hundreds of millions of people all over the world are witnessing and watching the depravity, the squalor and the evil and the slaughter and the murder that's going on here in real time today, right now. It's absolutely happening right now. Most of us, of course, can't really do much of anything about it. The decision makers and the people who are, controlling all the power and the money, they have the ability to do things. But you have to understand there is a dark agenda going on the planet Earth right now. I see it as embodied over here, and it's coming into a culmination right now. And we've talked about this before. I'll just put some of their letters on here. You've probably heard about the World Economic Forum and Klaus and all that guy, and the ruling elites on Earth. There is a triangle of power. Okay, Love Tribe mentioned this earlier. At the very top we have this here, 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 and here. So at the very top we have the ultimate monarchs of the world. Okay, and then over here we have the 13 most wealthy and influential families. And then we have a bunch of secondary families over here, second tier families. Then we have the global corporations, including the media, plus the media. And then we have the various governments, okay? And then we the people. You could call it a pyramid of power. Down here, there's about 7.6 billion of us. And when you get to the very top here, you're only talking about a few dozen people. Over here and over here, these other institutions like the Council on Foreign Relations and all those those books. We could call it like World Economic Forum, Council on Foreign Relations. Okay, there are United Nations. There's the World Health Organization. There's the European Union. There's the banking system, the U.S. Federal Reserve, and the Fed governments, and on and on and on. There's a whole bunch of these. These are the ones that we're familiar with. We've heard about all of these, of course. There's the independent media, but there's also the global cabal media. Over here and here and here, you're just talking about very, very small number of people, perhaps just in a few thousand at most. Over here, you're talking tens of thousand people. Over here, you're talking 7.6 billion. So you can see why these folks up here are very, very interested in maintaining this pyramid of power and control. The dividing line is here. Okay? This is where I live. TL lives in here. All of you guys live in here. As far as I know, there's no one on the Terra Lumination channel who is part of here, 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 or here. So when I do my little shows, I report and experience everything from here. You know, like that. Over here. But what is becoming so apparent, the point that I'm trying to make over here with this extremely ugly, the sacred geometry is beautiful, but it's the way that human beings interpret and respond to this sacred geometry. This is literally nothing more than magnetic energy. It affects it just like the moon affects the tides, okay? The moon affects the tides in an extremely accurate, predictable manner. The planets do what they do in a highly predictable and accurate manner. That's why we can do things like create an ephemeris like this. Astronauts use this. NASA uses this. Space shuttles. Elon Musk and his satellites, they use all this information so that they can calculate the gravitational fields that allow them to put satellites in space and orbits and telescopes and shoot things to the moon and back and make them successful. So I believe in the sacred geometry. I believe in the power of the magnetism and how the different magnetic effects intertwine with each other. And it's one thing to build a satellite and a space rocket, send it up into space with a bunch of techies and genius and money. But for the individual human being, these same energy fields can be misinterpreted and abused in extremely perverse and disgusting ways. And these things happen in history. It's been, human beings have a very long history of extreme violence and murder and genocide. That's just a way to take care of business as far as some people are concerned. So that it's happening again, but it's on a very grotesque scale. And the difference today, it is being watched 24/7 in real time. Sadly, because these are such challenging aspects, you could say that the gravitational pull is so strong towards the misbehavior of these energies that it's no wonder that planet Earth and humanity is in the condition it is today. So, but there's something very beautiful too, because we are still evolving, okay? All right, let me just check in and say hi. I don't want to spread too much doom and gloom. Hello, this is Terra Lumination. Greetings. So, you're all living your lives in your own ways the best you can. Excuse me, it's actually getting a little bit warmer over here. I'm going to take that off now. I don't need that. So, good evening and welcome. Thank you. Hello, Sarah over there in Benghazi, Libya. Queen of Water over there in Melbourne, Australia. Ikat, Florida, or Ohio. Necessary Truth, I know you're here. That's over in Bronx and New York type of area. And then Michelle Peterson, I can't remember where you're from, but I hope you're still here. Good evening. Hello, Michelle. And of course, Ivona. Good evening, Ivona. Thank you for visiting. So, yeah, we're going to do a few little mini readings tonight. I've already got one booked in advance from Necessary Truth, so I'll go on the stage and I'll get that set up in just a moment. I'm just going to say hi. Hey, Kat, I got it. Florida. Florida. Man, I haven't been to Florida in a long time. I wish I could. Michelle, you're in Utah. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful Utah. I've been very, very close to Utah, but never quite in it. I'm very interested in going through all the, the national parks in the south. So in Florida, sometimes I do all these like fantasy window shoppings, and I kept thinking, I love being by the ocean. I spent 20 years right by the ocean at Santa Monica Bay and Venice Beach and all of that. And 20 years, 22, 23 years in movies and TV. What have I got to show for it? I don't know. So, Electra Ray. Oh, what a cool name. You've been here before. But now I have all these ambitions to sort of have a more gentle life and get all cozy and kind of comfortable. And I do location and relocation astrology for people, including financial astrology and things like that. And they're all very different. Locational astrology is quite specific, but I already know that I have some sort of weird link to Florida and up over to Maine. One of the links is obviously the astrology, but also it's right by the ocean. So I love doing all these window shoppings on real estate sites for little, homes or properties right near the ocean, way up in Maine. Like way up in Maine right now, it's absolutely freezing. Huge storms, freezing. But in summer, it's absolutely beautiful. And it's very raw, and there's hardly any people around, and it's a little bit oldie worldy. There's fishing, and there's ocean, and there's boats and sailing and all of that. Now you go down to Florida. I've been to a few places, but I'm interested in going to Fort Lauderdale because they're all about the ocean and sailing. And, oh God, I see these lovely places in Fort Lauderdale. Oh my. ECAT. Oh, wait a minute. I saw the word ding ding. I saw the word PayPal donation. I see it on the screen. ECAT, tell me how to get a reading, please. Oh, okay. Right. Let me do that. That's, of course, part of the show. I'm supposed to tell people. Okay, so if there's anybody out there who wants a reading, I can usually handle maybe 3 or 4. I've done 5. I used to do 8, but that's just, that's just a wipeout. I can't handle it. I could do it if I was doing like a wham bam type of event, like in a public thing, and people were lining up and it was just more for entertainment. But I tend to take this channel pretty seriously. When I start doing readings for people, I'm not me anymore. I'm literally just a conduit. There's TL, the person, and then there's TL, the instrument, where I am a transceiver. I am transmitting and receiving energy simultaneously. Okay? So, ECAT. So it's really hot with a nice breeze in Fort Lauderdale. Oh, I want to go to Fort Lauderdale. I want to go to the beach. I want to hang out on boats. I want to feel the ocean air. I want to go in nice swimming pools. Oh. Okay, ECAT, let's sort this out. So, there's 3 ways you can donate to get a reading. Number 1, let me go back to the stage here. Number 1, if you've got PayPal already and you're used to doing PayPal, you can send your donation directly to my email here. If you can see it, it says a little book about at yahoo.com. A little book about at yahoo.com. That's the way to go, absolutely direct. There's another way where if you've got, lots of toys with, you know, smartphones and tablets and computers, and you're watching on one gadget, but you can open up another gadget or another browser. You can go to terralumination.com. You can click the donate page, click the donate button, and that opens up a PayPal processor. So you can swipe money that way using a debit credit card type of thing. And the other way, of course, last but not least, is good old-fashioned super chat. You can do super chat, but I request bigger donations if you're doing super chat, because YouTube and Google, they take a huge chunk of the super chats. And I love the donations, and I love doing PayPal, but having super chats is also wonderful. So Ikat, if you've never done this before, just where you type, if you can see where you're typing in the chat, just below that line, there's 3 little icons: a smiley face, a chart, and a $sign in a box. You click the $sign in a box, it pops up a payment processor window, and you can swipe a debit credit card. That's it. So there's 3 ways. There's the super chat. You can do it through the website, or you can do it through PayPal directly. Okay, there you go. I hope that helps, ECAT. Oh, you did a PayPal donation. Excellent. Well, in that case, since we're here, let me write out a couple. We've got one reading already booked from Necessary Truth. Okay. And now we have another reading booked from ECAT over in Florida, where it is warm and breezy in Fort Lauderdale. I'm going to do this. ECAT. Okie dokie. Thank you. Thank you, ECAT. Okay, I can probably handle 2 more bookings. So let me finish up with my rant over here. See where we're headed right now. So a lot of you know that I've been talking for a very long time, several years now, about the great Pluto return of the United States. Some of you are familiar with astrology. You've heard of the Saturn return, which is really a very ominous thing for most people. Well, the Pluto return is potentially ominous on a spectacular scale compared to Saturn, okay? And the Pluto return takes about 250 years, like, well, 247 or something. Anyway, guess what? There's the little United States, and the United States is having its Pluto return right now. And everything that you are witnessing across the world, with the global economics and the politics and finance and the wars, especially the wars over in 70 years ago in Vietnam and Korea, and the wars over in the Middle East, okay? Some of the hidden secret wars over in Africa and Central America and South America, those were very covert secret wars. And then, of course, a lot of the heavy wars in the Kazakhstans, the Azerbaijans, and Uzbekistans over here. That's all based on the American empire, where they are exporting their desire to have an ever-expanding American empire. And what's happening with the Pluto return, it's almost like a parallel story to when a star, like our sun, reaches the end of its life and it goes supernova. Like in our solar system, let me see if I can do this another way, a better way. In our solar system, we have these planets that zoom around our sun. Apparently, our sun and our solar system is about 4.5 billion years old. That's really not much in terms of astronomy, but it is. And galaxies and solar systems and star systems, they have life cycles, okay? countries on Earth have life cycles. Human beings have life cycles. Now, in the life cycle of our solar system, which is inside the Milky Way galaxy, we're just a tiny, tiny little blip of a solar system inside a massive galaxy in an ocean of billions of galaxies. So, we think we're pretty special, but on the scale of things, we're like this. But anyway, going back to the sun is a star. It's basically a massive nuclear reactor, and it's going through a life cycle. And eventually, I think it's about 3 billion years from now, 2.5, 3 billion years from now, it will start its death cycle. And as it does so, the sun will expand and expand and expand like a big sort of balloon, but it's actually losing power. It doesn't have enough power to hold the gravitational force together in a very tight, compressed nuclear reactor anymore. So it degenerates, and the power actually expands outwards. It's still huge and powerful and deadly, but that is called when it's called supernova. And it takes millions of years for a supernova to happen. It kind of goes. So when the supernova happens for our sun, our solar system will be completely gobbled up, and we won't exist anymore. We'll be just gone, vaporized. It's not like a video game or a Hollywood movie. We're talking about a very long time period. Anyway, so the way I feel it with the Pluto return, it's a very similar phenomenon where the Pluto energy is very powerful, is very deep, and it's very hard to control, and it's hard to understand. And so everything is born with a Pluto aspect. I am, you are. We all have Pluto aspects somewhere. The United States was born with a very powerful Pluto aspect. Pluto in Capricorn, 27 degrees, opposed by Mercury in Cancer, 27 degrees, both of them retrograde. And with the Mercury, it's in Cancer, very close to the Sun and Jupiter and Venus. So it's very, very powerful. So you get these oppositions of energy. Some people call it creative destruction. And so it's almost like when the United States was officially born on paper, 4th of July, 1776, the minute we were born, we're already starting to die. In other words, the death cycle is already highly predictable. And the first piece of evidence of that would be the Pluto return, which is where we are today, 248 years later, give or take. And, with the Saturn return, it's sometimes very, very bumpy and painful and uncomfortable for people because it's like this karmic realization. With the Pluto return, it's a whole other scale. The difference today is that Pluto wasn't technically discovered until like 100 years or so ago. And so all of that has happened in the lifespan of the American phenomenon, which we call the United States. So it's like, in terms of astrological history, we are witnessing the first documented Pluto return for anyone or anything, because we're treating the United States as an entity, like an individual, as if human beings could live like, 300-600 years old or something. So anyway, we're seeing it right now, and the United States has reached its growth, its maximum peak, and it's now going supernova because it's actually losing a lot of power. The reason we're losing a lot of power is because a lot of our power has been, let's say, exploited or perverted by those people in the triangle who have figured out how to project power through the use of fraud, deception, lies, betrayal, war, murder, and so on. It's just taking care of business. So we're witnessing in real time the implosion of the United States. It is a controlled demolition. I guarantee there are some people at the very, very top of that triangle who want this to happen. I personally believe that Uncle Joe and his buddies are compliant and working in collusion with the so-called bad guys over in Russia, and some of the other bad guys over in so-called bad guys in China and Iran and Syria and Venezuela and Cuba and Zimbabwe and a host of other bad people. It's in their interests to create a controlled demolition of the United States so that the people at the top of the pyramid can take over and turn the whole of humanity into one massive communist totalitarian dictatorship. It is happening right now, live in front of our faces. No one's really talking about it much because the chances are you'll get your channel shut down. And who knows? My channel is so tiny now, they probably don't even know I talk about this stuff anymore. But anyway, it's all documented. It's all provable. And it sounds absolutely disgusting, but that's what I believe. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I just observe what I consider to be facts and information, and the only conclusions I can come to is that this is a collaboration between the people at the top of the pyramid in order to rebuild and restructure the world according to a new paradigm. Okay? Hello, Jeffrey. I see you. Personally, I'm not interested in the new business model. I want what we had in the United States in 4th of July, 1776. I want my freedom. I want to be my sovereign self. I want freedom, equality, liberty, the rights to personal happiness, the right to protect and defend myself, my property, my loved ones, and so on. Protect your money, protect your privacy, protect yourself. Those are the three main tenets of my little book that I wrote years ago. It's still very relevant today. Anyway, some people don't want to do that. They would much rather live like this, where like, I don't want to know, just tell me what to do and how to do it, and I'll just do it, okay? I don't care. And that's what the people at the top of the pyramid are counting on. There's a lot of people do not want to take full custody and ownership of their lives. Some people call that being, part of the sheeple. I'm part of the sheeple in some way, but I am aware that there are things going on out there that are not healthy for me. And even today, I am entwined with the global legacy system. The banking systems, the government systems, global communications and all of that. This channel is operating on a legacy system. The system is owned by Google, that owns YouTube. And Google is the most powerful form of control and censorship of information on Earth. And they operate as a monopoly, and they basically filter the stories and the information to whatever way that suits them. I'm just saying, Anyway, let's have a look. Let's see who's around. Let's see. Okay, so I did a mention on how to book a reading. So we've got 2 readings booked so far. Is there any... Let me just go check something else. Sometimes it's better to do a little checkup over here. I'm just doing, let's say, channel management at the moment. I just want to make sure that I've got everything running smoothly. Yes, that looks good. That looks good. I'm checking a lot of the metrics over here. I have to run about 5 different softwares simultaneously. I've told you that before. That's how we do this. There's other ways that people do shows, and that's fine. Let's have a look. So right now, okay, so sorry, I had to do that. So let's see who's out. If there's, sometimes I do this. If there's anyone out there who's watching for the first time, or you've maybe watched before a few times, but you've never actually dared to get a live mini reading, maybe you've already wanted one, but never dared. Because it's a little scary, because you don't know what the story's going to be when it unfolds. But 100% of the time, we end up with illumination. We bring light and love to a situation, okay? I need a stage manager. Yeah, I know. Oh gosh, yeah, you're right. So, some of you folks have been here before. Some of you are very kind, generous donors over the years. And I'm trying to, like, do you remember, some of you might remember the time where I was very active with the promotion and the marketing, and that we would have lucky draws and the winner would get a reading. And then we had like Wednesday healing nights, and I would do 40 videos a month for all the sun signs and moon signs and rising signs. And it would be for love and relationships, and then your spiritual journey, and so on and so on. And then, of course, I had a massive burnout at the same time as that the channel was basically destroyed, okay? Queen of Water is new. Of course. Yeah, right. No, we've seen you here before. We know who you are. We know where you are. We got eyes on you. There's drones everywhere, Queen of Water. There's drones all over. Oh, Queen of Water, you had all that flooding. Remember, I think it was last year, you had all those huge fires, and now you got all this huge flooding. Are you okay? Is that all finished now? Anyway, sometimes we have some folks over from New Zealand. We've had Karen and Mariah from New Zealand. Oh, Sarah. We got Sarah El-Shaikh from over... Where? Oh, there's Electra Ray, yeah. Okay, so those are the names I'm not so familiar with. Michelle Peterson in Utah. Electra Ray. I can't remember where you're from. And so those are some examples. So let me just... I guess you could say I'm reaching out to Electra Ray and Michelle Peterson. If you guys would like a mini reading, then feel free to do the donation thing, or I'll give you a hand or whatever. And pretty much everyone else who's here already pretty knows most of the routines and how it all works. Okay, so there's Precious. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta read this. Does anybody remember? I think it was last week or the week before. Precious was confiding about her story. It was just a hideous mess, because she's up in Edmonton, in Canada, up near the big oil fields, and it's very, very, very cold. And she had a lot of problems with her house where it became uninhabitable. Okay? Okay, I just want to read the notes here. Precious is saying, hey, I just popped in for my loves on cellular data. It's been such a rough few weeks. I'm getting exhausted, beyond drained, and I miss a place to call home. You guys are the closest I can have right now. Okay, Karen just showed up. So, Precious got in touch with me earlier today. If you don't mind, Precious, I'm going to share a few things, because we've already shared so much, like what's a little bit more. So, again, a few years ago, I had my own Patreon member donation site. And I learned how to do that, and it really, really helped my life for the time that I had it. And I was good at selling tickets to events and all those kinds of things. But in Canada, as you know, they had the big trucker rally, Freedom Rally, a few weeks ago. And it became worldwide news that there were huge multi-million-dollar donations pouring in to these Canadian truckers who were representing we the people, demanding our rights and our freedoms. And the really big prominent fundraising site was called GoFundMe. As some of you know, that GoFundMe stopped the fundraising, took all the money, and just sat on it for a while, which is criminal. It's theft. Eventually, I believe the Canadian government forced GoFundMe to return the money to the original donors. I think it's disgusting. I think it's absolutely disgusting that a humanitarian fundraising site can suddenly flip its culture and say, we're not going to help these truckers who are representing freedom. So the truckers received more donations from another place called GiveSendGo.com. And guess what happened there? That was also blocked. It's just mind-boggling. And so guess what happened next? Cryptocurrencies in the form of Bitcoin started coming in. And they had like whatever it was, $50 million worth of Bitcoin flooding in to support the truckers. Now, of course, not all the truckers are used to handling Bitcoin, but at least the money kept coming. So what I was thinking, it's like you should be very, very scared. Okay? Now let's get back to Precious. Precious, I don't know if I can explain it without like betraying your confidence or something, Precious, but everyone on the channel, whoever watches this show, needs to know that Precious is in a very, very difficult situation. Extremely difficult for herself and her 3 kids. In fact, she does not have a home right now. She is luckily enjoying a very rudimentary support in the form of a shelter. So I was thinking, because I can't just like write a check to save Precious' life, okay? I can't do that. I don't have those kinds of means. I would if I could. But what I was thinking, since probably the most healthy place is not GoFundMe, it might be an idea. I don't know if anyone's really good at this stuff. I'll look into it. Maybe I could try to put a few hours. It might take me a few days, but maybe I could set up a website through GiveSendGo. It's very much a church and family and loving kind of organization designed to help people in exactly the kind of situation where Precious Moments is living right now. So if anybody wants to collaborate with me or help Precious, it might be a cool idea to do this quickly and set up a fundraiser for Precious and do it on a professional fundraising site called GoFundMe. Now, of course, we did this last week. A few of us sent over direct donations to Precious, but she needs a lot of money right now. So anyway, it's just something I was thinking about. Maybe some of you have very big... I have a very, very tiny social media presence. I don't do Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Telegram, BitChute, Rumble, and all of those. All I have is this little tiny channel. So my reach is very narrow. But if there's someone out there who's really good with social media, maybe we could link up or something. Hey, Jeffrey. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, my gosh. It's disgusting. You have to watch out for fake charities. I mean, obviously the way to go would be direct, absolute direct donations. But I don't know how to do that on a big enough scale where you could pump money into Precious Moments so she can she can, prepare herself for a new life, because eventually she's got to get herself prepared for a new life, a new housing. So she needs a deposit for a new home or house, and first month rent, and also what they call a hazard deposit, like for damage. It's like in case Precious goes around breaking refrigerators and faucets and plumbing and toilets and electrical fittings and so on, or roofs or gutters or something. So there's 3 big chunks of money that Precious needs right now, or as soon as possible, so that eventually she can find some housing. Anyway, okay. So Gregory says she can receive directly and now through Zelle. Yes, there is the system called Zelle. And I think that, I'm not an expert on these things, but maybe it's possible again to create, like a Give Send Go site, or just even a little private mini I don't know. I don't do Facebook, so I don't know how to do that, but someone who's really good at social media could create a Zelle account or instructions on how to send money. Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there, Precious. I just wanted to share. I don't have any immediate answers right now. So let's come back to that. Jeffrey, happy Sunday. Thank you. Are you looking for a mini reading, perhaps? It doesn't say anything here. If you want to, if you're not interested in a mini reading yourself, we could use that donation to sponsor a newbie who's never had a reading. Hint, hint. Who is that up there? Who are those people up there who I talked about earlier? Michelle Peterson. Are you up for a mini reading? And where was the other one? Electra Ray. That was the other one. Hello. So Michelle Peterson, Electra Ray. If you're up for a mini reading, just go through the donation process and we'll see what happens. Okay. And if Jeffrey wants a reading himself, that's fine too. We could do that. I'm just brainstorming as we go along live. Okay, I'm going to go over here for a moment. Sometimes, oh man. Cheers, everyone. So this is where we are so far tonight. We've got a reading for Necessary Truth. We got a reading booked for ECAT. Jeffrey made a very kind donation. Maybe we could put a question mark over here. How about that? Okay. Now we also talked about, I'd like to, precious moments, dear precious moments. I don't know how to do this. This is my fermented grape juice. Thank you very much. You'll take a freestyle. Okay, you got it. We'll do Jeffrey freestyle. Open. Freestyle in. Woohoo! There we go. Let's see if we can get one more reading. Maybe someone will pop in later. Okay. The pharmacy board told you there won't be any announcing anything until the spring. Well, that looks like it's a couple months. Yeah, it sounds like your notes are right on for a couple of months from now. So, yeah, you got to find ways to hang in and hold on. That's what it is like with business. Sometimes you have to like mark territory and put down your money and everything with when there's still a lot of uncertainty and risk. Okay? Okay, give me a second here. I gotta go check something. I'm just doing backstage work. Give me a second. ECAT. Oh, there's the ECAT donation. I'm doing all the checkups right now. Okay. Oh, we do have another booking here. Okay. Hold on a minute. What did I... Wait a minute. Did just something else just... Give me a second here. I'm just trying to play catch up with the... what do you call it? The donations. Give me a second. So, gee, where am I? Okay, I got that one. Okay, Jeffrey. We have to do one for Gregory, Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, who is also interested in a freestyle. And something else just popped in. Where am I? Let me just check here. Where did I see that one? Oh, okay, Michelle Peterson. Okay, let me just, sorry, this is, yeah, I really need a stage manager, don't I? Wow. Let me just, I'm just going to do this, okay? There we go. All right, well, it looks like we got a full house. Wow. All of a sudden, we're full house, people. Oh, let me look at that here. Wow, that's really very satisfying. No more. I can't handle it anymore. Thank you very much. Oh, my gosh. Okay. So, let's go over here. Yeah, I found that. Oh, you want fresh style. Okay, fine. We can do that. And where is the, there's Michelle. Okay, Michelle. Okay, Michelle, you were here very early. I got you. And it looks like the donation just came in. So, let's see. You know, how about, I'm not sure whether, because actually you came in pretty early. How about, excuse me, ECAT and Jeffrey and Gregory, would you mind if I put Michelle in front of you guys? Because she was actually here really early. And I don't need any more bookings tonight. We've got a full house. I would love to do more. If I could do like 10 a night, I'd be a rich man. I'd have my own castle, and I'd have my own security guards, and I would have a really nice boat. Okay, sorry, this is what I'm going to do. Sorry. I hope you don't mind, everybody, but I'm going to reshuffle this to account for... I'll put Gregory over here. Gregory, okay, so let's have a look. I've got to make some room. Okay, how am I going to do this? Okay, thank you, ECAT. Thank you so much. All right, let's, I got to tidy things up here. Okay, that's enough. We got 5. Okay, that's absolute limits here. So let's just get on with it. Actually, you know what? I just wanted to say one more thing. This has nothing to do with Tarot Lumination, the show, or anything like that. But some of you I know kind of get really sad and sick and depressed and pissed off with my rants about all the horrific things that go on in the world. Because when I look at my charts, it's like, to me, it's just like looking at the weather. And like a lot of people, I just take the good weather for granted. So the reason I watch the charts and the astrology so closely is because I don't want to be a victim of bad weather. Okay, astrological bad weather. And so that's kind of my excuse for constantly pointing out all the danger signs. The danger signs are usually associated with all the red ink that you see on my charts. These represent the very, very most challenging aspects and angles. And these are situations that are potentially more and more difficult for human beings to navigate. The thing is that it's happening on a massive scale, on a global scale, like has not happened for, I would say, 2,000 years. The rise and fall of the Roman Empire. It's that big. I'm sorry, we're living in a monumental time in human history right now, and it shows up perfectly on the astrology. So I decided to cheer myself up a little bit and follow things that I wanted to follow. I can't remember the names of the channel, but I found one channel that was just beautiful. It was about this Azerbaijan family. That is a very war-torn country. And they had a small family restaurant that was owned by the family, and the economy got so bad that they had to shut everything down. But they decided to carry on life anyway, and they created a YouTube channel. There's no talking. It's just images and little bits of, text down below to explain things. And what they do is they show what life is like back at the family home. They cook outdoors on these big stone ovens and with firewood and charcoal and outdoor brick ovens and things like that. They grow a lot of their own food and herbs and spices. They keep animals, and there's no fences. Everything is like this beautiful, like pastoral, almost utopian beauty. They had cats, dogs, cows, goats. I think they had fish as well in kind of a pond. And it was just beautiful. All day, every day, it's just labor. Work, 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 work. Grow food, prepare food, eat food, sleep. Protect yourself, protect your privacy, protect your loved ones. Repeat, repeat, repeat. And they did a beautiful job. The cinematography with their cameras was just beautiful. You know how people salivate when they're watching food channels. It's that good. And the other channel that I stumbled on was this like prepper channel with these folks kind of thing. I think they're like in the North Carolina or Tennessee or Kentucky or somewhere, and they were showing how they bought this raw land with a crappy shed, and they're turning it into a small farm, actually a 60-acre farm. And the way they did it is just outstanding. This just shows the innovation and the ingenuity and people using their hands. They're covered in dirt. But these are people who are extremely smart. They're not smart in the way that you would say like a super high-techy smart social engineering genius at the very top of the big social media platforms where they're trying to manipulate and destroy your mind and your soul. We're talking about genuine smart, okay? And so these were very uplifting for me, okay? So anyway, I'm going to lose my voice if I'm not careful. So let's get on with the readings. Here we go. All right, necessary truth. Let's have a look. I'll put this aside. Chances are we'll visit this again. I've got to clear some space here on the stage. Give me a second. Let's put this over here. Let's clear all this. Let's get a deck. Let's see. Necessary truth. You're up first because you actually booked your reading before the show even started. Thank you. All right, so let's have a look. This is how it's looking tonight. So this is it, folks. This is the whole show for tonight. We're just going to go wall to wall. All right, here we go. Let me pull out one of my favorite decks. I have a lot of decks, but I only actually use a very small number, 2 or 3 decks at the most, when I do these shows. These decks are actually magical, the way I see it. It's just a wonder to me how the tarot works. It doesn't make any sense, but it's a beautiful thing. So the cards are already well shuffled from previous readings, but I like to go live so that you're a witness. So let's have a look, Necessary Truth. We're going to do a little mini reading for you about your current conditions, see what kind of storyline comes up, see if we can get you some guidance and direction, or at least give you some orientation, or find out what if there's any pitfalls or anything like that. Let's bless this deck before we even start. Let's bless this deck. Understand the beauty and the magic of all these things. The artistry, the manufacturing, every single card, the cameras and lights and the screens, the technology, the microphones, all the wires, all the computer softwares which are mind-boggling, and the internet connections and the platforms, all of it. That's what allows us to do this stuff. Cards are well shuffled. I'm going to cut it up right now. So what are the messages that we have tonight for Necessary Truth regarding her current situation? Okay, here's the situation. Here's the challenges. And here's how we're going to handle it. Now, whatever the situation is, love, finance, health, spirituality, I use this deck. Some of you who might have had personal readings before know that I sometimes do multiple spreads during one personal private reading, because we can cover a lot of territory and get a very nuanced perspective from so many angles. Let's have a look. Surrounding external influences, most especially I typically defer to the planets. Let's have a look here. So with the 5 of Cups here, there might be this sense of yearning, where my feeling is deep down inside, the surrounding conditions indicate like what I would call a reflection of a wounded soul, something that you might not want to admit to yourself, but if you some of the characteristics of someone who has been either wounded or very badly wounded in some way, and despite being loving and being loved, there's some kind of tragedy associated with your current situation, where you know that you have been loving and you've suffered pain and loss. And with the 5 of Cups, it's very, very important to acknowledge that energy and not bury it. The worst thing you could do is bury this energy, because lo and behold, there are still 2 little cups here on the other side, which I interpret personally in this reading tonight is like a little actual 2 of Cups card, which is like new starts and new beginnings with something fresh and beautiful, where you can cross this bridge to a new life in a new world. But it's impossible to actually do that without acknowledging the depth of tragedy and pain and suffering about your current situation, because you deserve goodness and happiness in life. just like anyone else. What's the situation itself? Okay. So with the Ten of Swords, don't be scared by this. There's something beautiful about it, because it's almost like you've reached a point where you can't take it anymore. And if you are, it's almost like, I'm sorry, it's this, you might not like this interpretation, necessary truth, but to me it feels like you are, the way the reading is talking to me is that you're effectively like a wounded animal, like a little cat or a little dog that got hit by a car, through no fault of your own. And whatever aspect of your life that might be, and you're hurting, and you don't necessarily, it's not like you deserved it or asked for it, but it's reached a kind of a culmination point where in this reading, to me it's sort of indicating that if you have been trying to hide your pain, that is actually working against you. I often talk about you have to reveal it to heal it. Now, some people don't like to talk about the pain that they have in their life because it brings up the subject of pain in their life. Duh. On the other hand, you've got to reveal it to heal it. And so my feeling is that we're dealing with a very delicate subject or situation in your life which has reached a point of critical mass where it's important to acknowledge that you can't go any further the way things are, and you have to accept that you have been defeated, literally taken to the ground, especially if it's psychological or emotional or mental. And so what do you do from there? Obviously, at first glance, this looks like very painful, tragic kind of cards in their own, if you look at them just on their own. But we are allowing for hope and optimism here, because with the Ten of Swords, there's nowhere else to go from here except up. It's almost the same with the Five of Cups. Like, once you've been brought down to the point of, brought to your knees with pain and suffering in some way or another, if you're still alive and your heart is pumping and you're still breathing, there's nowhere else to go but up. But at this very moment, you might be living through the deepest, darkest, most painful aspect of what we're talking about. Now, what's the challenges here? Okay. To me, it feels like fear of the unknown, fear of where this is going, fear that you don't have any control over your situation in a way that would, make you feel happy for yourself. So do you see the moon energy here? Okay, it's like trying to live your life in the dark, living by moonlight alone, and knowing that it's actually quite difficult to do that, but you still have to continue anyway. That's why most people sleep at night when it's dark and they conduct their lives in the daytime, because our biological senses are designed for us to function through the sun. So if you take away this little aspect here and you just look at the larger circumference, it's still light. It's just that, to me, it feels like it's almost like it's terrifying. And I mean, all these three cards in a row, if you're feeling like extremely vulnerable in some way where you don't want to be hurt again, you've been hurt in some aspect of life, business, health, or whatever it might be, and you're deeply, deeply frightened of being hurt again by exposing your heart, exposing your mind and your thoughts and your consciousness to the outer world. And the fear might be so extreme that there would be a tremendous deep reluctance to go forward in life because of the fear of like these haunting, let's say, vibes from the past coming to revisit you. But remember, this is fear. False evidence appearing real. But it's very big false evidence appearing real. So you might be in a situation where you know that at the very pit of your soul, you're tapping into the energy of courage that you know that you have in order to like restart, rebuild, knowing that moving forward, you are inevitably placing yourself at risk again. Deep fear here of knowing that you have to continue in life. Do you see the little pathway here? I don't know if you can see it. There is a little pathway here, but the pathway appears scary and hazardous. It's almost like, oh my God, in order for me to like move on from here, like because there's nowhere else to go, it means you have to face this. It's almost like, what is it, like Lord of the Rings type of energies. Like you don't have any options right now except to move forward through the energy of darkness and fear and the unknown in such a way, just like they did on Lord of the Rings. I forgot the big story, but that's the principle of Lord of the Rings, going through all these scary journeys to get to the outcome, to the golden, benevolent outcome. So, for example, if you're a little bit anxious, scared, and frightened about your current situation, that would be understandable, because who on earth would want to repeat something as painful and tragic as whatever you were dealing with before? How are we going to deal with this going forward? Yay! Hey! Beautiful Ten of Pentacles here. My first feeling is, do not forget, dear necessary, you've got us, okay? Like, we are your people, okay? We are your people. We are here for you because you've been very generous with us and you have shared yourself with almost everybody who ever visits the channel. Because whenever I'm doing a reading for someone here, it's almost always the case that you're doing a secondary reading with the same person or someone else over there in the chat. So, all is not lost. With the Ten of Pentacles here, my feeling is the first thing is to remind yourself of the good old-fashioned attitude of gratitude. Remember, because you're one of these people, necessary, who you operate at super ultra high frequencies. Most people here on the channel know that you are capable of remote viewing and mediumship, where you speak to those who've gone, who've left this planet. And you're highly psychic in those ways, like a psychic medium. And you've shared with us basically for free. And that brings great value to the community here. In other words, you are highly valued in this community right here. Despite whatever else is going on in this situation over here, you've still got us. Even if you feel that your current situation is very precarious and you've had enough and you can't take it anymore, rest assured there's only one way to go from here, and that's up. This is the good bounty. This is the goodness. It almost feels like, if it was humanly possible, it would be great if all of us could get together in person, which of course, as some of you know, is my personal dream. My personal vision is to actually have a physical piece of property where I personally have enough wealth and abundance, perhaps in the next 5, 10, 15 years, where I can actually enable this to happen, where we can actually hang out in person and enjoy this level of community and family together, where we all realize how incredibly fortunate we are just to have each other, okay? So, I guess another way to feel this is the attitude of gratitude. So, despite whatever pain you are suffering here and whatever things that terrify you about going forward with your current situation, in other words, are you stepping out of what's the expression? Out of the frying pan into the fire? You might be frightened of that. The antidote to all this fear and grief and sadness and pain and loss and suffering is to flip it around and start to brainwash yourself like I do, okay? Huh? Okay. So, yeah, I see your notes there on the screen. Necessary? Too much ego involved or something? You got my questions on PayPal, something like. Okay, it's hard to read for yourself. So, it might be a very precarious situation, like you're dealing. It's obvious here that you're dealing with a very precarious situation. Okay. Going forward, even though it's wonderful to love and be loved, it's wonderful to recover from pain, and it's wonderful to not have to be frightened of where am I going now. That represents an awful lot of fear. So the antidote is like brainwashing yourself with a reminder. This is what I do. I'll show you what I do. It's very simple. I've lost count of how many times I do this every day with myself. It's like a little mantra. It's almost like I've forgotten about it, but I do it every day like automatic. I recite when I'm going for a walk, or I'm on my bicycle somewhere, or I'm sitting in a cafe or the library and I'm daydreaming for a couple of minutes. I will automatically slip into this thing where I say, wow, man, you know what, TL? I'm a very lucky man. I'm a very wealthy man. I'm a very happy man. I'm a very blessed man. Wow. And I literally brainwash myself to believe that. And it actually makes it possible for me to deal with some of the really horrible things that are going on. I say it over and over again. It's sort of what I learned how to do many years ago in my heavy-duty alternative yoga self-healing practices. The healing power of words. The healing power of I am. The mighty power of I am. So with the Ten of Pentacles, my feeling is like, hey, you know what, necessary? Don't forget it. Don't forget it. Let me see if I can translate it for you, what you would say. Because I say, I'm a very lucky man. You know, you could say wow, I'm a very lucky woman. I'm a very happy woman. I'm a very wealthy woman. I'm a very blessed woman. And you look in the mirror and you kind of go, yeah, wow. Ha! You actually convince yourself. It's literally like propaganda. It's like brainwashing yourself. You do that enough, you start to believe it. And it helps you to overcome the tragedy, the pain, the loss, the desire for what you want here, for your own, that you deserve. And then it's almost like you immunize yourself so that you are not your personal joy, happiness, wealth, blessedness, abundance, and luck is not contingent on somebody or something else that is outside of you. You create all that stuff inside of you. Another one I do is, I am loving, I am loved. And then you live by example. Be loving, be loved. And it all starts to compound. I have a very simplistic attitude to all this stuff. And it helps me to cope. and I'm just trying to share it. So you're not alone, okay, Necessary Truth? It's not the end of the world. Your situation may or may not be good, but it looks like there's a lot of pain associated with it. And the way to deal with it is to like completely dissociate from any expectations and get back to your core self. Go back to love thyself, okay? And then whoever is worthy, whatever is worthy, life, circumstance, money, partnerships, they come to you through the laws of attraction. The laws of attraction. But you have to commit very heavily to love thyself. Okay, Michelle, you're up. Let's shuffle all these little characters here. Don't be scared, Necessary Truth. You've got us. You've still got us, okay? Michelle, you are up. Now, yeah. Yeah, I see your notes there, Kat. I see your notes there, Necessary. Thank you. I'm glad I could help, Necessary. NT is the best. Yeah, that's Necessary Truth. I see that, Gregory. That's funny. Michelle, now, let me just check something. I can't remember if you gave me any notes. Give me a second here. Give me a second, everybody. I just got to check something if I got any notes from Michelle. Doopy-doo, doop-a-doo. No, I don't see any notes here. Unusual. All right, so Michelle, if you do have a really specific theme or a subject you want me to deal with, fine. Could you just put one word on the screen in the chat? Oh, I see your notes there, Precious. Okay. No notes. Okay, so we're going to go freestyle. Yeah. Jeffrey, you started something with that whole freestyle thing. Yeah. It's like they do at the Olympics with freestyle figure skating. Thank you, Gregory. We're going to do freestyle. Yeah, it's interesting. We're going to do freestyle for Jeffrey, freestyle for Gregory, and we're doing freestyle for Michelle. This is cool. It's so much fun to go freestyle, people. I love doing it this way. It kind of gives me a lot of freedom. And sometimes almost always, we inevitably end up on a subject matter that needed to be illuminated. Hence the name of the channel, Tarot Lumination. Go figure. All right, let's have a look. So Michelle, I got to shuffle it up. Oh my gosh, you know what? We've been going so long already, and we've only done one reading. Thank you, Necessary. I hope you got something out of that. Anyway, I need to refuel. I have a feeling with inflation raging across planet Earth right now, not just America. Remember when this used to be $2 chuck? Now it is $3.50 chuck. I wouldn't be surprised by the end of this year this turns into $5 chuck. I don't want to curse myself, but it's kind of inevitable because the price of everything is going to go up. I'm sure most of you now in America are aware of the subject of inflation. In fact, Michelle just put one word on the screen: financial. Okay, I can simplify that into one symbolic icon. It looks like this. There you go. All right, let's have a look. Let me shuffle it up. I like the cards to be well shuffled. Wow, just imagine having my own stage manager, my own card shuffler. And all I have to do is just sit here and switch into like a supersonic tarot readings that I could just do in 2 or 3 minutes, and you would get the whole story, and then I could do 10 readings a night and I would be rich. Just imagine that. Well, actually, don't. Sorry. Be careful what you wish for, as they say. All right, Michelle, let's have a look. What kind of notes do we have here tonight for Michelle regarding financial matters? Remember that little pyramid I showed you earlier? You know, I was going on my rant about all the global stuff happening. This pyramid of power, like 7.6 billion people here, a couple of thousand people here, a couple of thousand people here, 13 families here, and a monarch over here. Have you noticed that this is all about the money and the power? Because when you get up to this level here, like over here, money and power is not such a concern. We're not all trying to be up here. We're happy to have like a barbecue on the weekend or get a really good deal on some, I don't know, your favorite food, or get invited to a party where someone else cooks all the food and makes it for you, you know, that kind of thing. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, ECAT, I'm going to come to you. I have to go back to your notes. But so anyway, ECAT, you'll notice on this pyramid of power here that at the very, very top, it is literally all about money and power and control. In fact, power and control and money all become synonymous. So that is why money is such a big issue for so many people, because without money you don't have power. Without power you don't have any control. Precious Moments has just commented that she felt the Necessary Truth reading was for her too. There you go. That happens on this show. Michelle, let's have a look at the financial aspects, okay? Just be aware, Michelle, that on a global scale, money is an extremely big deal right now. Let me just point that out here. Uranus is in Taurus. We're talking about revolutions, revolutionary money, revolutions in global finance. Well, it also happens at the personal level. It's extremely volatile and in some ways dangerous and hostile right now on a global scale. And you can see that in the global finances with outrageous inflation and commodity prices and the manipulation of the global financial markets. It's extremely hazardous. Okay, so, there's something going on with my computer where error code out of memory. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Reload. Hold on. Let's have a look over here. Okay, that part's good. Wow. Okay, let's have a look over here. It says that I'm actually streaming. No, I'm not going to restore. Let's go back over here. Oh, wow. Hey, everybody. All right, so there was some kind of weird glitch where the whole of my Google YouTube just shut down. I don't know what happened. But anyway, it looks like we're back. It says we're live. I can see the clock ticking. So that's a good sign. Maybe I said something wrong. Maybe I said something and it pissed off the platform. I don't know. So let me see if I can... I hope you guys are still here. I believe the stream is active. So let me go over here. You know what? I think what we'll do is I will personally... Okay, so, I don't know what just happened. I'm sorry if I was the problem. Michelle, let's do your reading here. I don't know what I did. I don't know what happened. I've never seen that before on this channel. Well, I've seen some similar things. All right, Michelle, let's have a look. Maybe I got censored or something. Who knows? I don't know. How would I know? Here we go. Let's cut it all up. Oops. And let's get into the subject. Here we go. Here's the situation. Now the cards are very well shuffled. There was a bit of a glitch, but it looks like the stream is back. I don't know. I can't see anything on the chat, so I don't really know. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And let's have a look at the external influences, which, of course, I almost always about default to the planets. Oh, I was talking about the 13 to you. Oh, gosh. Of course, Michelle. I get it. Shh. I will shut up now. I won't talk about... I'll try not to talk about all those dangerous things. Nothing happened to you from your viewers' perspectives. Seriously, Gregory? Well, over here, it looked like my channel was being attacked. Anyway, we're still here. I should be grateful. All right, here we go. So, Michelle. Okay. The Six of Wands here. So, even though there's a tremendous amount of turbulence in the global financial systems right now, let's just say with the Six of Wands, we're looking at a situation of opportunity where, let's say if you're not used to winning, you might want to give yourself permission to consider the idea that things may not be so bad for you. If you're looking at a life in a world, you see, finance covers a lot of things. It could be like income from a job. It could be an inheritance. It could be nightmares to do with debt. It could be calculated risks and investments for the future, and so on and so on. There's so many different versions of finance. But the Six of Wands is in general a card of victory and appreciation. So the way I see it is that if you don't quite see it yet, Michelle, there is like a little glimmer, a light of opportunity. For example, all these things that I was talking about over here with the charts. Oh, global financial mayhem, blah, 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 and so on and so on. The beauty of this kind of stuff is that there are people who are aware of the precarious nature of what's going on across planet Earth with global finances, that they are doing a lot of homework in order to improve their own finances. And that's happening in so many different ways right now. You don't have to tell me exactly what you're doing or the exact nature of your finances, whether it's really bad or if it's inheritances or jobs or whatever. Please don't tell me, okay? Instead, I'd rather invite you to look at your world around you and understand that in some way, somehow, you're actually doing okay already, perhaps better than some people, and that victory and success is a prerogative right now. In other words, you have to succeed. And because if you feel that you're not, then it's very important that you orient yourself in such a way that success is guaranteed, okay? So if you can connect some dots in your world where you know that if you follow a certain pathway, success is inevitable, okay? Now let's have a look. What's the situation itself? Okay, financial independence here, okay? It looks to me like either you are on path or you have already planted seeds that eventually will turn into financial independence. It could also be that deep down what you are yearning for is financial freedom, financial independence, where you are like, it's almost like running your own business or your own online business or something, whether it's crafts or healthcare or social media or whatever it might be that generates, like on my YouTube channel, I make a couple of bucks every month because of the donations. It's a huge part of my life. It might not be a lot of dollars compared to some people, some channels. I know some channels make huge amounts of money. And it is possible. Okay? So if you have some kind of ideas or themes, or you've already planted seeds, or you have ambitions to be successful and independently wealthy, where you're not dependent, I'm taking it to an extreme right now, okay, Michelle, where you're not even dependent on an employer or an inheritance or some kind of tax refund. What we're talking about here is because Michelle is female, a woman of substance. This would be like the energy of the independent businesswoman. So if you're not quite there yet, you might have a very strong desire or motivation to be there. Again, across Earth, more and more women are becoming more and more empowered. In fact, oddly enough, some of the most empowered women are the places on Earth where there is the least amount of wealth, because in these areas here and here and here and here and here, there's a lot of economic disparity, and there's been a suppression of female energy for thousands of years. But with the internet and the cries for freedom across the world, women in some ways have been the benefactors, okay? For example, in parts of Africa, the process of microloans is very, very active. And almost all the microloans come from wealthy countries in humanitarian gestures to people living in poorer countries where there's a chance for private enterprise. And 90% of the funds that are donated through these microloan programs go to female business persons, okay? Because the women are the ones at the core of their societies, their village, their family, and they know that they have to keep it together while all the guys are off playing chess or, getting into fights or troubles or trying to be a hero or something. The women are mostly just trying to take care of business. And it is a growing phenomenon. It's been happening for decades, actually. All right, let's have a look. What's the problems here? What are the challenges? Okay, you just said you own a business, okay? So it might be that deep down, despite these two very optimistic cards, you might be terrified that there's some kind of kink or some kind of flaw either in the world economy, or you're starting to see cracks in your business, in your world, where just the tiniest glimpse of loss or failure or diminishment is triggering nightmares about, oh my God, what if my business collapses? What's going to happen? How am I going to sustain my business? Oh my God, oh no. All right, okay? It's understandable. Anybody who owns a business, who started a business, even if it has long-term stability, every day you wake up to a new situation. And at any moment in time, like what is happening right now on a global scale, your whole enterprise could be undermined or destroyed, or it could be turning into quicksand. And it's no fault of your own. External influences here. To me, this looks like you're terrified that there are external influences that might make things very much harder for you going forward. Okay, so how are we going to deal with this? Okay, so with the Page of Cups, please give yourself permission to allow that you don't know everything. You don't know every aspect about how to control, manage, and operate your life, your finances, your world, and your business. You don't know. I mean, a lot of businesses, they typically, the successful ones, have one or two or three people at the very, very core that represent the essence of the business. But almost everything else they have to outsource, like someone has to do the accounting or the paperwork or shipping or delivery or communications or marketing and whatever, collections, whatever it is. You can't do it all. You can't be expected to do it all. And if you are expecting to do it all, then please give yourself permission to admit that actually you can't handle it all, and that represents, I would say, a degree of emotional innocence about how business really, really works. In other words, let's say you did start something, you do own a business, like you said on the screen, and you reached a certain threshold in the life cycle of your business, and you're starting to realize, like, oh my God, there's a lot of things that I don't actually know. The best thing to do is just admit it and then understand, like, wow, I have so much to learn. But that's a beautiful thing, especially if the business is already, let's say, functional and operational. Maybe it's not optimal or optimal yet, and maybe there is room for growth. And maybe there is a really strong desire to grow and expand, but maybe you're terrified or frightened about what you don't know. Just because you don't know certain aspects about owning and running a business doesn't mean it's going to fail. Okay? It's like a growth process. I've seen this happen in businesses. Like there are some businesses or business people who are very good at the startups and motivating and get things started. But they can't do the long-term, logistics and day-to-day management. Because they're just not built that way. There are some people who are very, very good at managing the long-term trajectory and day-to-day operations of the business, but they wouldn't dare or they don't have a clue about how to start something. And then you have all sorts of other variations too. My feeling here is that if you own a business already, you might be the ultimate core entrepreneur, but you might be at a point where you've reached a threshold. Like you said on the screen here, it's 21 years. Wow, that's amazing. And it's hard not to take it all on. Obviously, you want to take it all, but you might be at a point where in order to expand and grow, you might have to delegate. And that means admitting that, wow, I really don't know everything about business. And so it would be a great moment of emotional maturity. I think that's the reading. Give me a second. So what happened? I don't know what has happened there. Oh, I'm lost. Oh, what happened to me? Oh, no. Give me a second here. Hold on, what did I just do? Hold on, I got some serious tech issues going on here. And I don't know how to deal with them. Let me just double check. Okay, that part's good. Hold on. I have to bear with me, folks. Just please, everybody, look the other way. I'm going to have to do some kind of... I don't know what the hell happened here. What the hell has happened? Ah! Oh! Oh! Okay, I'm going to do something radical. Please, everybody, just hang out while I do this. I'm going to have to shut a few things down and start from scratch. Let's see if I can salvage the situation. Sorry, folks. Maybe I just make my life too hard. Give me a second, Michelle. I'll be right back, okay? I've got to lock up all the security here to do this properly. Let me see if I've got things sorted. Oh, whew, that really scared me. I've never seen anything like that happen before. All right, so we're good. Looks like we're okay to go. So let me get back over here. So Michelle, I think what I was trying to indicate is that from your notes on the screen, you already understand business, okay? If you've been doing this for 20 years, but it's hard not to take it all on, you might be at a certain, what I was trying to say is a threshold, where you've reached the point of innocence, where you realize, oh my God, I really can't take it all on. I can't do everything. And then you have to go through this emotional threshold of like, oh my God, what do I do? So in other words, in order to continue to prosper and expand, you might have to go through this like bizarre emotional psychological experience of delegation. I might have to get somebody in to do this or somebody in to do that, and then I lose power, I lose control. Especially if you are the originator of your business and you're used to being, running everything yourself. I mean, look at it this way. I have my little YouTube channel, And I do everything myself here, but I cannot do this without Google or YouTube and the Super Chats and PayPal and all my other softwares. So I basically trust and I delegate. It's a scary, scary thing. I wish I had my own Google. I wish I had my own YouTube. I wish I had my own PayPal and all my own fundraising websites, and I was complete master of the universe and I could control everything, and I would have absolute power and money and control. It's not going to happen. Anyway, I think regarding finances, my feeling is that it's not the end of the world. You might be scared in some way, but I think it's more to do with the emotions about realizing you are at a threshold where there are so many moving parts to global finances and personal finance now that you may not be used to or never really had to consider or deal with before, but you have to now in order to continue to succeed, in order to continue to prosper, and in order to grow out of these fears, irrational fears, okay? You're perfectly capable, but it's almost like an ego issue, admitting like, wow, I really can't do this all on my own anymore. It's tricky, huh? All right, Michelle, I hope that helps you. Seriously. All right, ECAT, we're going to move on to you now. Let me just put these cards up and we're going to shuffle and go forward. So everybody hang out, chill out for a minute. I'll play a little tiny piece of music while I kind of get these shuffled here. I just want to give myself a tiny little mini break, you know, like I do sometimes. There we go. Clickety click. I hope my computer can handle this. It's operating on the limits of it. Alright, so ECAT, I know you put some notes up on the screen a little bit. So I have to scroll back in the comments. Give me a moment here. I was just, doing some adjustments, as they say. Let me go. I have to scroll about here. My question is, I'm going to... Oh, look. Hello, Bubba. Look, it's little Bubba. Bubba is here. So ECAT question. I'm going to visit a friend for 2 weeks. What do I need to know that I haven't considered? Wow, okay. That's cool. I've never done a reading like that before. Okay. Alright, let's have a look over here. Going to visit a friend. So if you see some little strange movements, that's Bubba. He's decided to come and hang out here. All right, so you're going to visit for 2 weeks. That is in my experience, that's a substantial visit. I have done trips and visits where I'm going for 3 or 6 months at a time. That's kind of unusual. A lot of people, when they say they're going to go visit someone, it's usually for like a weekend or whatever. But anyway, yeah, I get it. Oh my gosh, Ekat, I see your notes there about talking about the 13. Oh my God, you're absolutely right. Oh my God. Oh my God. And I was just studying that today, thanks to Love Triber. Oh look, there's little Bubba. He's decided to like park himself on the stage here. Oh dear, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Let's have a look, see if Bubba is on camera. Oh my goodness, look who it is. It's little Bubba. He's such a handsome fellow. Look at he's floppy. It's his dinner time, so it gets like this on Sunday evening, okay? Okay. It's a 2 of Cups things, TL. Oh! Interesting. All right, Ekat. You obviously know a lot about life in the world and everything. But you're smart enough to keep it to yourself, unlike Tarot Lumination. So it's not unusual, it's just a 2 of Cups thing. Okay, 2 of Cups, very pure, very innocent, very loving. Great. Let's have a look. Cards are already well shuffled, but I'm going to do a little bit more just to get centered and clear. Okie dokie. Okay, what kind of messages do we have for Ekat tonight over there in Florida regarding a 2-week visit? Hey, little Bubba, I'll be back soon. Don't you worry. I'm doing Sunday Night Live right now, okay? So, you know, schedules shift around a little bit. All right. Wow, I just felt this. Ekat, I don't know if this means anything to you. But I felt this kind of, I don't know if it's my invisible friends or yours or something, where there's a little sense of ceremony or something going on, where there's like a circular, I'm sensing a circle, perhaps a circle of love, where, Ekat, I don't know, I might be completely delusional right now, but if you're in a situation where you're going to visit, or where you've come from, or whether you're kind of in a ceremonial state of mind right now where it's like this group hand-holding thing where people sit in a circle and they either hold hands or they cross arms or something like that in order to amplify the shared power or shared energy or something. Or maybe it was just maybe I was just sensing a connection between myself and yourself, where it's like my hands are extended to you and your hands are extended to me, because you know our hands are holy. Huge amounts of life force and life energy is transmitted through our hands, whether we like it or know it or not. So I just want to let you know I felt that, Ekat. I don't have any details, but I want to let you know I felt it. Let me just do one last little tiny little miniature shuffle. I'm kind of inviting my invisible friends to get very, very close to me right now so I can do the best job that I possibly can for you. Okay, Ekat?
And I would also invite you to invite your invisible friends to get as close as possible to you right now. So we're talking about a 2-week trip. Okay, I'm doing a very extreme cut because I want to ensure the integrity of the cut. Here's the situation about the visit. Here's the challenges about the visit. Here's how we're going to handle it about the visit. Here's some external influences about the visit. Of course, I almost always defer to the planets, but it could be anything, like a person or a thing or a culture or whatever. So we've got the Three of Cups. So it might be that the situation is already lined up as some kind of celebratory event, okay? Or something that needs to be celebrated. Also, if this is just like a kind of a gentle kind of random social occasion, perhaps there's a little bit of a ritual to it, perhaps it's an annual get-together, or perhaps it's the first time of a gathering with this Two of Cups energy that you're talking about. The way I see it here with the planets, we're probably looking at the sweet side, the bright side of the Neptune energy, because even though the Neptune energy that I've been talking about tonight, of course, I notice all the extremely sick and dark, perverted aspects of this energy. But it's also very, very beautiful when it finds its way to express itself in a healthy manner. It's a very, very, very pure kind of loving energy. Look at that. You got Mercury, Jupiter, Neptune, and the Sun all combined. Imagine tapping into the positivity of that energy. It's very beautiful for healing. It's very beautiful for the sharing of love in the most pristine way possible. So that's kind of what I'm sensing. And it is also something joyful. You could just distill this down to joyful celebration. Now, it doesn't mean getting drunk and turning into a bunch of party animals, okay? It's more about kind of like what I do here, where I very lovingly and very caringly treat myself to these little glasses of wine. I don't sit here getting plastered drunk out of my mind. I enjoy the fermented aspects of this beautiful liquid, okay? You just put a note there, Leo, Aqua, Light, and Love. You're probably aware that the Leo-Aquarius axis is diametrically opposed, so you're talking about oppositions. What I've noticed about oppositions, sun opposite sun, for example, life, love, and relationships, is that it's one of the most challenging relation dynamics that exist. On the other hand, if you've got the courage and the love, then it can, in some situations, be the most rewarding. But you have to be prepared to put up with the stark openness of a sun opposite sun or a Leo Aqua dynamic that you're talking about here, because there's nowhere to hide. When you're talking about an opposition, sun opposite sun, or whatever, I don't know what you're referring to there, Leo Aqua, but it doesn't matter. What I'm sensing is the energy of opposition. It can be very rewarding, okay? Oh, you're rewarding yourself too. Excellent. Cheers. So, I see this as good news. Being loving, being loved, and sharing the experience in the most, I would say, let's just say the most Piscean, loving, pristine way possible. It's a wonderful thing to be loving and be loved. All right, let's have a look here. What's the situation itself? Okay, whoa. I don't know if this King of Pentacles represents a person, but because you said you're going to visit somebody somewhere for 2 weeks, it might be a person. It might be a male person. It might be a male person who has a lot of characteristics of the King of Pentacles. Or it might be that you are carrying a lot of the characteristics of the King of Pentacles, where, okay, let's look at it. Let's distill this again. King of Pentacles energy in its essence is almost like the definition of wealth, money, power, and control earned the hard way and carried and administered and enjoyed in the most ethical, responsible, and beneficial ways, not only for the self, but for the significant others who happen to be close to this energy, okay? It says here in your notes, I've dated mostly Aquarians. Ikat, it says, his sun falls exactly on your descendant. Well, that's interesting, because that's like a marriage indication. I'm not saying you're going to get married. I don't know if you guys are romantically, connected, but you did mention the Two of Cups, so that you might have something that is, let's say, esoterically, spiritually loving, but it is above and beyond the carnal aspects of love. In other words, it's not about getting laid or having the ultimate orgasms or finding your way to marital bliss and mortgages and credit cards and car payments and babies and more children and schools and all of that stuff. It might be something much simpler. It might be just simple, like, oh gosh, I don't have the way to do this right now, Ikat, in front of you, but if his sun falls on your descendant, that would indicate the potential for like typical, very well-matched partnership, almost like the characteristics of a healthy marriage, okay? Where, you got Venus and nodal conjunctions too. Okay, so Ikat, you obviously know a lot about this stuff already. So let's go back to the King of Pentacles. It might be an indication that this King of Pentacles could be, let's say, a depiction of some of the characteristics of this fellow, okay? And he might be very beneficial to you, but because it is a first house, seventh house, ascendant, descendant type of dynamic, the way you've described it, to me, it would be mutually beneficial. In other words, maybe you got really lucky, okay, Ikat, and you've stumbled across some fellow who's potentially a good partner, mate, friend, or something for you. But it's reciprocal. And the only way it would work is if he appreciates you in a similar light. And that doesn't have to be like some kind of pornographic orgy. It could be more simple. It could be just simply like, you're pretty cool. I like you. Cheers. And then you gaze back into his eyes, and he gazes back into your eyes, and you go, you know what? Now I think about it, I like you too. Mutual respect. Mutual respect goes a long, long way in any kind of relationship, including Two of Cups relationships, which tend to be very pure, pristine, based mostly on love in the greater concept of love, as opposed to love in terms of horny, getting laid, making babies, having orgasms, and trying to
let's say, create physical ecstatic happiness as opposed to something much simpler and more pure. Okay, let's keep going. Now, what's the problems here? I'm feeling echoes from a previous reading. I can't remember exactly. But with the Four of Cups here, my feeling is that one of the challenges is that you have loved and lost already somewhere in your life. Maybe even just as a little girl. You gave your heart to a little boy and you were betrayed and lost in heart. You ended up heartbroken. And it became a real serious challenge to turn life around and come back to love again. And you might be very scared that you might be reliving a very, very old experience where you discovered something very pristine, very pure, only to be disappointed. It's an understandable thing. Okay, there's always risk in the world of love and relationships. I'm not even saying that this is a love relationship. It's more to do, it more looks like an appreciation of two people. Okay? So, with the Four of Cups, if you're getting flashbacks of like, oh my God, am I going to end up in the same whirlpool, the same piece of quicksand that happened to me when I was a little girl or a teenager or something, and I fell in love, or I loved in a very pure, pristine way, and then I was brutally disappointed, making it impossible to imagine that love could ever occur again. Is that a realistic fear right now? Well, it is a realistic fear, let's be honest. But does that mean that's the outcome? I don't see it that way. Let's have a look. In this case, I think this is a very healthy fear. Okay? It's like if you didn't have any fear about your circumstance or this situation or this person or this 2-week visit or trip, if you didn't have anything, in other words, if you were all jacked up on hormones and adrenaline and high levels of expectations and everything, that could be very potentially hazardous. Whereas if you're coming in a very pure way, and all that's happening is that deep down it's just like, oh my God, oh no, I don't want to get burned. I don't deserve to get burned. I know there's the potential. Okay, it's not the end of the world. How are we going to deal with this going forward? Okay, you have to understand the risks. Okay? So here's the King of Pentacles. Okay? Let's just, if you want to, you can say that represents this person where you're going to visit. In order to go forward and, let's say, dilute or diminish or reduce or eliminate the fear of loving and being loved, even if it's something very simple, like you said, mutual appreciation or something, you have to understand, at a very physical level, when you deliberately choose to go into relationship with someone who deliberately chooses to go in relationship with you, by definition, you are creating a risk scenario, potentially a high-risk scenario. In other words, what happens if you are betrayed? What happens if you betray the other person? You end up diminishing yourself and the other person, or the other person ends up diminishing themselves and you. Okay? So you have to, this is very big Pentacles energy here. This is Pentacles energy here. This is very much about what happens when we enter in physical, material, financial, dynamic relationship situations with another individual. There's always the potential for failure and loss and crippling disappointment. But that's what happens in marriage, okay? In a traditional classic marriage, if you really, really, truly love that person, they truly love you, you take it all on, for better or for worse. If, like 7 years later, they end up crippled with cancer, you don't just walk out and go, I can't deal with that anymore. I'm going to divorce you and find someone else. Okay. So you have to understand the depth of the relationship dynamics in earthly terms, okay? So, because his son is sitting on your descendant, it sounds to me, just doing a very quick, potentially flawed interpretation, that you're potentially looking at something really sweet, good here, especially if it's mutual appreciation, psychological, mental, emotional, heart-wise, where, let's say the physicality is not the number one theme. It's more about substance. A person of substance meets up with another person of substance. This person meets this person. Yes, there is risk for the heart. Look at that. Okay? Yes, there is extreme risk. For example, if you decide to, if things move on and you create some kind of bond, before you even go or enter into any kind of formal binding of relationship, especially something like marriage or engagement, you have to understand the risks. Okay? It's very, very important. If you're going into this with a lot of naivety and sweetness and innocence and expectation because of the beauty of love that you might have experienced in your youth or extreme youth, and having a desire to meet that again, and perhaps you might have met someone where certain characteristics and qualities are being filled, as they say, checking the boxes in a good way. You also have to understand, like let's just get really brutal here. Let's say there's some kind of relationship binding, like I want to be with you, you want to be with me, okay? Both parties have to understand the risks, okay? If you bind yourself to someone else, or someone else bind themselves to you, that it's for better or worse. In other words, are we going to be here for each other when shit happens? Are you going to be here for me when shit happens to me? Am I going to be there for you when shit happens to you? This might be the subject matter that nobody likes to talk about when they're, dealing with sweet, innocent, lovey-dovey situations. But it's really, really important to factor it in, especially if it's the early days. Okay? I don't want to pop any bubbles here, but this to me looks like a serious reality check between yourself and this other person. In other words, yes, it said the Five of Pentacles is us, not me. Correct. Correct, Eckhart. So just be very, very careful. Okay? When you're looking at his son and your descendant directly opposing your ascendant, that's a very, very strong classic marriage type of dynamic. It's the polar opposite on the relationship axis itself, okay? And so going forward, I think it would really help you to look at your relationship dynamics, like you say, as us, Because when it's a marriage dynamic, it really is us. It's not all about you with an appendage called the other person. It's not all about them with an appendage called you. It's about us. In other words, you know, the seventh house, they call that the house of open enemies. You know exactly where you stand. There's nowhere to hide. When things get bad, they get bad. When things are good, they get good. So you have to be aware of that. And it looks like a very powerful, very, very strong theme of seventh house dynamics. So it equates to marriage. And so in marriage, you have to be fully aware that you're exposing yourself to maximum risk, but you're also exposing yourself to maximum reward. They go together. Maximum reward goes hand in hand with maximum risk. That's what happens in marriage. Okay? It can even happen in a sweet, innocent Two of Cups early stage dynamic. Okay? So I hope that helps. I'm going to put a little thingamy here with a question mark on each side. Might sound really strangey, Kat, but it might be an idea if this other person sees this reading too. Just saying. Okay? Jeffrey, you are up. We're going to go freestyle for Jeffrey. Jeffrey wants freestyle. He did drop some notes about having to slap down money on a piece of property while he waits for government approvals and things like that. So maybe that'll factor into the relationship. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I am going to give myself a little top up, which of course I deserve. Thank you very much, Tarot Lumination. You're a really good tarot reader. Did you know that? Oh yeah, thank you. You know what? You deserve an extra sip of red wine. Thank you. Oh, I don't mind if I do. Thank you very much. Cheers. Let's do that. Let's make it official. Cheers, Tarot Illumination. I hope that helped you, Ikat. We're going to do a reading for Jeffrey now. I just said some notes. Jeffrey was concerned about having to wait a few months for some notes on things. You know, rulings, legal matters. Jeffrey, just so that you know, I pointed out months and months ago that March, the whole of March, is riddled with extremely turbulent, very challenging astrological aspects, okay? So it might be better just to ride things out. And then heading into the, let's say, the Aries season, most of the conflicts that are happening all based around the moon. Okay? It's been extremely challenging with the lunar transits here. Here's the moon right now. The moon is in Leo. It just did this massive opposition with Pluto and Capricorn. Now, for the next couple of days, moon is opposing all of this Aquarius. Moon in Leo opposing all this Aquarius. So this is very turbulent. At the same time that there's a lot of violence and turbulence over here. Then it's going to go over here and over here. And then we've got the 18th. We're going to have the full moon where the sun... What's today? 13th August. The sun is going to be right over here. Sorry, the moon is going to be right over here. Like 29 degrees, roughly. I think it is. I don't know the exact degrees. But it's very high degrees Virgo opposing the Pisces sun. So the next 5 days or so, it's going to be very bumpy. And then we're going, eventually the sun is going to move into Aries in a few days after, okay? So
the moon's going to be over here, and there's going to be all this dynamic yuck going on here. And then the moon's going to go into Scorpio for a few days, going through all this opposition here. So please, Greg, Jeffrey, allow for some... it's almost like it's better that you take a little bit of time right now and get through the whole of the Pisces season and most of the Aries season. All right, let's have a look. Got to shuffle things up a little bit here, Jeffrey. We're going to do freestyle, but I understand your concern about business because basically you are a business person. Okay? That's like kind of your profile. You're a businessman. I see your notes there, but the pharmacy board said it would unlikely be at the end of the month. Okay, so it's almost like they're telling you, Jeffrey, you got to take steps to protect yourself above and beyond the end of March. Okay, which is kind of matching up the notes that I was just talking about. So it might be an expensive thing, it's like you got to pay to keep things moving. It's kind of like currency trading. Sometimes you have to be able to hold very painful positions for extended periods of time before you can actually prosper, okay? Oh, I can still freestyle? Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We don't have to be all business. All right, good. Good enough. All right, so the cards are shuffling up very nicely. Dear invisible friends, not only for myself, I know you guys are there. I haven't formally acknowledged you. But also Jeffrey. Jeffrey has his own invisible friends. Let's see if we can create a team effort tonight. What is most valuable for Jeffrey that Jeffrey needs to know? What kind of messages do we have for Jeffrey tonight that can help him most in, let's say, living his best life right now and over the next few weeks and months, okay? Give me one more round, okay, Jeffrey? Thank you. All right, now we're looking good. Excuse me. I need to keep going. I need to shuffle that in here. Give me a second, okay, Jeffrey? Okay. Here's another one of those little things that I say to myself all the time. Everything is exactly as it should be. How do I know? Why is this so? It's because it can't be any other way. Things are how they are. For example, on the global scale, all the treachery, the violence, the perversion, the upheaval, the chaos, it's perfect. It's an exact consequence of seeds that were planted decades, centuries ago. It's just nature being nature. And it happens on the personal level as well. I like looking at things on a very kind of global scale, but here we do things at a very personal level. It's the same sacred geometry in the charts. It's the same gravitational fields, the same gravitational energy. It's the question of how do we handle that? How do we interpret that? Oh, excuse me. I don't like having, I honestly don't like it when the cards flip. It's an indication that I'm slacking or something. I just want to get things nice and sweet, okay? I hope you don't mind. Thank you, Jeffrey, for your patience. All right, here we go. All right, what kind of messages do we have here for Jeffrey tonight regarding his whole life? Business, finance, health, family, relationships, spirituality, career, whatever it is. Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Remember, this is just my Tarot Lumination situational spread. It's essentially a diagnostic tool. I don't know if any of you have done a smog test recently. Smog test. If you've done a smog test on your car recently, but what they do at the smog test place, you drive up, and they often have these kind of spinning wheels and the things that they plug into your exhaust pipe, and they look under the hood and whatever. But they also have this little thing that they plug in under the dashboard, and that connects to the whole computer that runs the whole car. That's how it is with modern cars since the late 80s, early 90s. And so, when we're doing a little tarot reading, when I use my situational spread, it's sort of like when you get a smog test or you go to a car mechanic and they want to know what's going on, what's working or what's not working. If your car is working well, it will pass the smog test. But the only way they find out is they plug their diagnostic tool into the little socket underneath the dashboard on the driver's side. They plug it in, it goes into the computer. The smog people read the computer. If everything looks good, you get your smog test approval. If there's something wrong, the smog tester will figure out what it is. They'll figure out what's the situation here, what is going on. You've got to reveal it to heal it. If you don't know what the problem is, you can't fix it. That's all we're doing here. That's literally all we're doing here. So when you get a little reading from Tarot Illumination, it's not much difference from just driving in and getting your latest smog test on your car. There you go. All right, let's have a look. Environmental influences. Hint, hint, the planets. Okay. The Knight of Pentacles. Oh, I'm very happy to see this for you, Jeffrey. This is an indication, as far as I'm concerned, as your tarot reader, as if I was the guy at the smog test place, and I plug it in, and I immediately see that everything's okay, but I'm also seeing things, because I'm a friendly smog test guy, and I'm not supposed to offer opinions, but I might say, you know what, you might want to look at this, you might want to look at that, you might want to look at that. You're good to go, but you need to know this, this, and this, and this. So with the Knight of Pentacles, to me this is an indication that you are diligently, vigilantly, studiously, methodically, responsibly heading in the right direction for the right reasons, the right purposes, with the right people, for the right outcome. I look at this as the energy of the noble farmer. Okay? Farmers in America, all over the world, farmers have a very high-risk lifestyle. They're dealing with raw nature, cold weather, hot weather, rain, drought, resources, finances, credit, loans, extreme unpredictability of the markets, but they keep going forward anyway.
because they understand that what they are providing is in extreme high demand across the world. And someone has to be the farmer. Someone has to play that role. Someone who is able to think very long term and at the same time be able to come down to the very moment in time, well, what are we going to do right now? And that's very much the energy of the farmer. And isn't that a coincidence? Because that's sort of like the industry where you're involved. So when I see this here, to me it makes me feel like, Jeffrey, everything's just fine. This is just what happens when you happen to be the kind of person that you are in the industry where you operate. This is a business. It requires a very long-term, methodical, dedicated, vigilant approach, just the way a traditional farmer would operate. And when you do that, if you do have patience, persistence, and prayer, and you live in reality, then this can be a prosperous life. Okay, not all farmers are rich, but I've traveled a lot. I've lived a lot of different places. I've noticed that, in my experience, because I've met these kind of farmers, they have a rich life. It's still high risk, and there's a lot of work, and it's hard to get time off. But there is something very rewarding about being so close to the land. Okay, what's the situation itself? Okay, so my feeling is that right now you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place where you know you have to continue to persist when there are so many obstacles around you that would make you want to give up. Also, it's like you might be in a situation where in order for you to persist and to continue and to prosper, you might have to continue in such a way that if you've got partners or associates or friends and family who can't handle the pressure, then you end up basically, this is a very weird interpretation for the Five of Swords, because normally I see this as the energy of lose-lose or futile conflict. In other words, what's the point in trying to prove a point when there's nothing to be gained from proving a point except to feel like you win from proving a point? That's a very unhealthy way to run a business, okay? So my feeling is that if you are sensing in your business, in your world, where in order for you to operate and continue in this very, very long-term, slow, deliberate posture, knowing, like for example right now, with your business, for example, you might have to wait months. You might have to put money up front for months, take high risks up front for months without knowing with absolute proof that you're going to get the approvals and certificates that you need. That's the energy of a farmer. They don't know when they plant their seeds that there might be a massive flood or ice or a hurricane that's going to destroy the crops for the next year. You go forward anyway. So what I'm sensing here with the Five of Swords, you might be involved with people or partners or associates who can't handle the pressure. You have to understand that not everybody can handle this kind of pressure. Some people might be what I would call coat-tailing. They might be hitching their wagons to you.
in the hopes that you will carry them forward to prosperity the long, slow, hard way. But deep down, they don't necessarily have the ability to handle things when it's down, and fear would take over their nature to the point where it would turn into a conflict, a completely unnecessary, unworthy, unvalidated, meaningless conflict, simply because there's other people in your world, in your business, because you have to have other people in your world, in your business. But it might be that there's a couple, here and there that can't handle it. And then you end up having to try and maintain your posture, your dignity. And that just ends up making things worse, okay? All right, now, what's the problem here? Okay, this is the Seven of Cups. It's a very bizarre card. What I'm sensing with this one is that you might be scared that either you or certain people who are close to you are, let's say, not fit. They're delusional, they're out of whack with what needs to work in order for long-term success and prosperity. The other thing I'm sensing here with the Seven of Pentacles is that there might be these sort of delusions of grandeur, which you might have, but I think it's more to do with these other parties. My feeling is that there are other people in your life, in your world, who have delusions of grandeur that would manifest by hitching their life to you. But they might not be willing to take on the huge risks or the long-term dedication and commitments that you are willing to handle in order to prosper. And so you end up in a position where you might end up having to carry the load of people who are like almost giddy or what's the word? Highly expectant of wonderful things to happen, but they're not willing to take on the risk. Okay, it says, okay, I'm afraid to make the wrong choice and potentially lose 10K. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, okay. RSH. Hello, RSH. Love you too. Thank you. I'm still here, yeah. It's been what? 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So it's been 5 years now. Okay. Okay, Jeffrey says, that's why I own 100% of as of now. So Jeffrey, yeah. Yes, you are at risk. But you are a businessman. I think you're taking calculated risks just in the very same way that a farmer does. In other words, the farmer has to deliver. So they take calculated risks. And they are constantly aware of the potential losses. But you keep going anyway, because you have to. What I'm sensing here with the Seven of Cups is that there are certain other people around you in your enterprise who have high expectations, but in some ways it's tricky to deal with them.
And it's almost like they have higher expectations, almost delusional expectations for themselves, above and beyond your own expectation of yourself for yourself. In other words, you're just trying to be a businessman, but there's some other people who are like, oh my God, this is going to be so fucking amazing, man. Once we do all this and it scores and Jeffrey's taking all the risks, it's going to be freaking awesome. And you're seeing all of this, but you can't do anything about it because you have to be the responsible person, okay? So, now, again, the challenge here is delusions of grandeur. That's how I feel it. But I don't think that's your delusions of grandeur. I think it's delusions of grandeur from other people who are basically riding on your coattails or piggybacking on you, knowing that you're taking all the risk. Now, if you're taking all the risk, then you get all the reward. But there, again, with these other people in your world, because you have a very natural, kind, generous nature, they might already be pre-programmed to believe that, oh, when Jeffrey has this stuff sorted out, it's going to be amazing. We're going to be cool. And they don't have to take any risks. Okay. In a way, that's your burden, Jeffrey, because you can't live your whole life on your own, by yourself, doing everything all the time. You need people in your life. Other people need you in their life. And when that happens, you are exposed to the risk of being connected to other people. And those other people are connected with the risks and benefits of being connected with you. To me, it feels very lopsided on this reading, where you are the ultimate kind of essential risk taker and benefactor, and the one who deserves the rewards accordingly. But you're surrounded, what's that word? Sycophants? Okay? People who are basically gambling on you doing okay, because when you do okay, there's a chance that they can be okay too. How are we going to deal with this going forward? Okay, so Jeffrey, in terms of business and the business of life, let's just say it's early days yet. Early days. And you live and learn as you go on. And even though you might be dealing with this very, very awkward, very uncomfortable energy right now, in the way that I describe, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of your business. It's just a phase or a chapter, but most especially a learning experience. Like if you're putting serious, big wads of hard money down in order to have the chance to capitalize on your business, your enterprise, your ingenuity, your investments, that's a risk. But in the overall picture, it's still very early days yet, and there is so much to learn. And you will find that this chapter that you're dealing with right now, however it turns out, whatever happens, this is just a small chapter, but it's a very important chapter in terms of learning about what happens going forward. So from here onwards, it's very important that you are aware that, like, if you are a business leader, I'm not saying King of Pentacles or anything like that, but with the energy of being a responsible, diligent farmer, where you know you have to keep going, constantly taking risks, and that's what you do. But other people sense the value in that, and so you've attracted them. These are immature people, but in some way you need them just as much as they feel that they need you. And so you get to this point in life where you realize, oh my God, other people are dependent on me And that is just what happens when you carry the profile of the diligent, noble farmer. When you're a farmer, there are tens, dozens, hundreds, thousands of people who are dependent on you. Maybe not directly, but indirectly. Let's say you farm some kind of meat or fish or food or grain, and you just operate as a farmer. But you realize that, wow, there could be thousands or tens of thousands of people who enjoy the fruits of your labor. And this here is just one tiny aspect. And again, that's the burden of the farmer. Okay? Every day, the farmer has to wake up and go, oh my God, I got to milk the cows. Oh my God, I got to tend the crops. It's never ending. Someone's got to do it. There might be other people in your immediate environment, and they have absolutely no correlation with the Knight of Pentacles. They don't have any characteristics of the noble farmer, but they're there anyway. And I would say they might be naive or innocent. And you end up having this situation like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do? I have attracted these sycophants, these people who are essentially nice, but they're basically banking on me being okay. In other words, if Jeffrey's going to make it, that's good for us. That's the kind of essence that I'm sensing in the reading, okay? I hope it makes sense. I see your notes there, Jeffrey. Warren Harrison. Mr. Harrison. Good evening, old friend. What a pleasure it is to see you, sir. I imagine you're still nurturing. I hope you're still doing music. Hey, everybody out there, you need to know, if you can see on the screen in the chat, there's this gentleman, Warren Harrison. He is of a very noble British heritage, now living a life in America. And many years ago, we shared time and energy together, especially when it came to music. But it went beyond music. It became a friendship as well. Warren, I owe you. Wow, thank you for visiting. I hope your life is good. I just finished this reading for Jeffrey. I think Jeffrey has some interests in Ohio. Warren happens to be in Ohio. I don't know if, Warren, you're still in Ohio, but anyway, there's a little commonality there. Mr. Ross, you are up. Always doing music. Wow. My God, what a life, eh? Warren Harrison. Oh my God. What a man. I don't know how to do it here on the show tonight, but I want to tell everybody that I'm very musical by nature. I've hardly done any music here on the channel for a while. And Mr. Harrison was basically the person who helped me bring my musical ambitions into life. And we ended up producing and delivering 2 CDs together in the 90s, if you can believe that. That's going back a long time. And those CDs were categorized in the world of Americana. They kind of had this folky acoustic feel. Wow, everybody. Dear Warren, take a bow. You deserve it. Thank you for visiting. My gosh. I'm thinking about life in Ohio. I'm thinking about life in Cincinnati, but I'm going back decades. Woo! Man. Yes, Warren, we did. And Warren is still making music today. What a beautiful thing. Warren is a genuine trooper. What's that? Gregory Ross. Thanks, Jeffrey. TL. Do you want to read for Warren instead of me? Oh my God. Well, that would be... Thank you, Gregory. Thank you. Let me ask Warren. Let me just go over here. Warren? I don't know if you just popped in to say hi as you're cruising through other YouTube scenarios. I'm over here in Las Vegas now. My whole life in Los Angeles is vaporized. 20 years in movies and TV. I don't know what I have to show for it, but that was my life. That's after I left Cincinnati, Ohio. But anyway, oh, Michelle, you're still here too. So, Warren, I don't know if you saw that on the chat, but Mr. Ross is willing to offer his spot to you, Warren. Now, Warren, you know, this is a by donations show, so every reading costs money. Yeah, and you might not even be familiar how I do the shows, but people put in PayPal, they put in donations, whatever, and it's a huge part of my life. I know it might not seem like much, but a couple of readings every week, it adds up. It's how I take care of a lot of things in my life. Would love a reading after Gregory. Well, because this is all done by donations, what I'm going to do, Warren, if you're okay with that, we're gonna just jump straight forward to you, okay? Do you see what I'm getting at here, Warren? Gregory's actually offering his spot, gratis, to you. It is a gesture, a gentlemanly gesture from one gentleman to another gentleman. You already sent me some? What? Hold on. Stay there. This might be a very busy evening. Give me a second. I got to check a few things. I didn't realize. I had no idea. I'm sorry. Oh, man. What's going on? Maybe I got caught on a guard. Harrison Scott. Okay. Mr. Skydeck. Wait a minute. There's another one here. What's this? Rebecca. Oh my gosh. Oh man. I thought I told everybody I can't handle it. Okay, so it looks like... Oh my gosh. Alright, so I hope I can keep going. I can't remember. How did you spell that? Give me a second. Hang in, everybody. Okay, I'm going to put a big question mark here. A little mini reading here. And just before that, Mr. Harrison put something. I'll make your own notes here. Wow. Give me a second. Bear with me, folks. I'm catching up. Wow. Thank you so much. Oh, my God. All right. So this is a marathon evening, folks. No question about it. We're just going to keep rolling. That's it. No more readings tonight, people. I won't be able to handle it.
I'm surprised my voice has managed this far. So, Gregory, it looks like your offer was gratefully understood, but you're going to get your reading anyway, because it looks like Mr. Harrison actually donated independently. So there you go. Precious Moments has TL music all over my downloaded section. Wow. Hey, Warren. This is like a bit of an aside. Hey, Gregory, I'm going to get to your reading in just a moment. But, Warren, there's a whole bunch of tunes on my channel which were made well after you and me used to work together. I remember when you were visiting Los Angeles years and years ago, and we had a kind of connection, and there you were there with that wonderful girl singer, and I played you like some random song idea, which was like a sort of like a mesmerizing dance trance thing. Anyway. RSH. Look, I don't know if I can handle it. Give me a second. All right, I have to curtail things here. RSH. Hey. You're just catching up. You're on PayPal. Rebecca is RSH. Oh, got it. Thank you. Oh my God. Jess Lamb, right? Got it. Thank you, Warren. All right, here's the order of business tonight. No more bookings. Thank you very much. I love you guys. I'd love to do this all night forever and actually make a living. But anyway, Gregory, we're up. Then it's Warren. Then it's Rebecca. Okay, we can handle this, but you guys got to be patient. We've been here for hours already. It's going to take a while. Okay, so just be patient, okay? Oh, look at that. Thank you, Precious. I don't know if you heard any of those songs on my channel, Warren. Some of them are acoustic. And I'm glad you remember that, Warren. Everybody who's listening right now, me and Warren and Jess were in my house in Los Angeles on Venice Beach. And I took out my guitar and I said, hey, Warren, listen to this. What do you think? And of course, we were just sitting there like a bunch of hippies. And he nodded his head and kind of went, oh, yeah, I get it. And Jess went like, oh, yeah, I get it. And I kind of went, on and on and on. And we kind of got it. But that's as far as it went. So it's one thing to like come up with the seeds of an idea, but it's a whole other thing to turn that into like a finished like production. Anyway, there's no person who knows more about that stuff than Mr. Warren Harrison. Gregory Ross, you are up. Here we go. Here we go. Let's clear the decks. Oh my goodness. It's totally caught me off guard. It's been a very busy show this evening. I'm surprised my voice is still holding up. It's amazing, frankly. All right, clear. We're clear. We're good. Mr. Ross. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, thank you, Warren. Mr. Ross, here we go. I know, Gregory, that your life goes up and down. I also know that we have to deal with this phenomenal Pisces influence right now. So this is very extreme right now. We've got Mercury, Jupiter, Neptune, and Sun all conjoined over here. And on the global stage, what we are witnessing, of course, is some of the really dark, ugly, sad, sick tragedy that goes with humanity. On the other hand, this is something so beautiful that it's almost impossible, intangible to understand.
but it does exist, okay? Love does exist. Now, I just cut that deck, so I'm going to pull it out right now. By the way, Gregory, we all have Pisces in our chart somewhere. Whether it's aspected or not is a whole other thing. Anyway, here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to handle it. Now, Gregory, a lot of us know you here, and we've worked together many times before. So it's the same message. Here we go. High Priestess is happening right now. Well, I think this High Priestess energy relates very, very closely to the Piscean theme that is very powerful right now. Now, today is the 13th, but if you can project for the next week or so to get to the full moon on the 17th, that's when the Pisces energy is going to be really optimized, brought into the light, so to speak, through the energy of opposition. Okay, the moon is here right now. We've got a couple of days here, and then a couple of days here. But eventually, the moon is going to be right here, opposing the sun right there. So, please allow for this in the reading, where if you are in a place right now where you're seeing all the beauty and the wonders and the magic of life and your life, and then all the despicable horrors and nightmares about life across the world, and then in your own personal life, just please treat it as a gift of awareness, okay? Don't read anything into it. It is what it is. All energies express at all times, for better or worse. It's a question of how we handle it. So, for all the beauty and wonder of this potential stellium here, for the most part, it is being expressed and experienced across Earth as demonic tragedy. Okay? So there's a part of yourself which might be feeling very bruised and damaged, almost beyond repair, but you're still going, okay? You're still going. So with the High Priestess energy, what I'm sensing here is like a sense of protection. It's like you are guided, you are protected, okay? That's a whole other card. But in this case, it's almost like you will only experience what you can handle when you can handle it. You will never be exposed to more than what you can handle. The mystery of life will unfold incrementally, as you can handle it, as you go through day by day. You don't have to know anything more than you know right now, because all will be revealed to you as you go along. And your only requirement is to continue to be Gregory Ross, to be loving, to be very, very pure, to be almost a martyr. You don't have to be a martyr, but you have a characteristic which is partly to do with the Pisces energy of being a martyr, where you literally sacrifice yourself for the benefit of others. You're at a point in life right now where you don't actually have to do that all day, every day. You can give yourself permission to be on the receiving end now and again. What's the situation itself here? Okay, so if you're feeling like there's a coalescence where there's It might not be happening right now, but you might be feeling that there's a whole bunch of completely disparate aspects of your life, whether it's family, finance, health, career, location. And normally those are all confused and separated in different compartments of life. But you might be feeling right now where there is this kind of coalescence where like you're realizing, wow, I might not be exactly in the right place at the right time with the right people for the right reasons. Who, what, when, why, where, and how. But I'm sensing that the potential is there. In other words, like, wow, all I have to do is keep going, just continue to be me, and understand that things are happening for a reason, where you might lose on this part of life or that part of life, but you're going to win on this or that. And what you do is it's kind of like being like an artist. What I'm sensing here is the energy of the inspired artist, where you basically have to figure out how to make your life beautiful, like a work of art, from the raw ingredients that surround you. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what primitive art is about. In other words, you don't say to yourself or the world, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that, because I don't have the right pen. I don't have exactly the right formula for my paint. And I don't have exactly the right canvas to do what I want to do. Instead, it's like when you got lemons, you make lemonade. It's like the energy, to me it feels like you're at a point in life right now where, I know this sounds like a very strange reading, okay, Gregory? But it's like, wow, I don't have to be a victim. I don't have to be a martyr. I don't have to bust my guts out to save people. I can actually kind of like get into this new zone of life where I can kind of like cruise. There's a part of me where it's like, I've earned the right to be me at this level where I can like trust in the dream. I can trust in the ambiguity of life. I can live with the fact that I am like a sand painting. I was born. I'm living. Beautiful things happen. Scary things happen. And then I'm gone. And that's a beautiful thing. It's something to celebrate. In other words, you don't have to grasp or hold on to expectations about the hard physical realities of life. By celebrating life as it is right now, knowing what you need to know, not worrying about what you don't know, just trusting in the divine as it unfolds in front of you, that's reason enough to do this. Cheers. I mean, it sounds very simplistic, but literally, that's what I feel right now for you. It's like, kind of doesn't matter what's going on out there. There's the whole world is exploding with inflation. People are being slaughtered in Ukraine. The American economy is going, inflation is going. I'm going to have a drink. I'm going to hang out with TL on the show tonight. Cheers. And then tomorrow something else will happen. I trust in the universe. Thank you very much. So that's kind of what I'm sensing here. Now, what's the problem with that? Okay. Well, I see this and this very closely connected. You might feel a little bit guilty. Like, okay, how do I put this? if you're naturally born with the profile and the characteristics of a martyr, with the Pisces theme that you were talking about, the Pisces energy is extremely powerful right now, and you mentioned that you had Pisces rising. And so one of the characteristics of that Pisces energy is the nature of the martyr. In other words, they don't actually care if they undermine themselves or they lose everything, so long as they can propagate the energy of love. And a lot of people on this channel know that you have literally been a savior, a martyr for people who otherwise would have no other spokesman on their behalf. And you did it out of the kindness and generosity of your heart and ended up making enemies along the way. But you keep going anyway. And so you're at a point, to me it feels like you're at a point in life where, it's okay to celebrate and just kick back for a little bit. But the problem is, it feels to me like there's this sense of guilt, like, oh my God, what happens if I'm not a martyr all day, every day? What happens if I'm not continually expending loving energy to those who need it all day, every day? That's a terrible, terrible thing. I'm going to be judged by angels in heaven and God for not being a martyr. Okay? Obviously, you can tell from my tone that that is a completely ridiculous premise. Okay? You are entitled to have a life where you get a little bit of, again, a hangout. You can just, it's okay to just hang out and have a glass of wine together like we're doing now. So how are you going to deal with this weird disparity, this weird ambiguity here? Okay, let's keep going. Okay, well, with the Lovers here, my feeling is that this is very much to do with the future, about how you conduct your life going forward, where you realize that, like all of us, we're all on a ticking clock. We are born, we live, and then we die. And so you're at a point in life right now, well, what am I going to do for the rest of my life? And wow, that's actually kind of a big decision. Imagine you and me, Gregory, we're just hanging out like this. Blah, 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 blah. Let's imagine I'm over there in Santa Fe and we decided, Gregory, let's go out and have a glass of wine together. Blah, 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 blah. You're looking good, my friend. How are things going? Okay. Hey, TL, you're looking really good. How are things going? Cheers. Have a glass. Oh. I don't mind if I do. Should we have another one? Yeah, sure. And then, just two guys hanging out at a bar or a bistro. And TL comes up and says, well, okay, Greg, so what are you going to do with your life now? Okay, it took me 2 seconds to say that. Okay, Gregory, what are you going to do with your life now? Now that you've done this, been that, been there, done this, you've suffered this, pain that, war here, loss, suffering, blah, blah. So what now? What are you going to do now? And then such a tiny, short, simple, concise little question kind of makes you kind of go well, TL, I'm not quite sure yet. I have to make some decisions here. And then you get up and say, I've got to go to the bathroom. And you go to the bathroom and you look in the mirror. Pretend I'm Gregory. I'm acting now, okay? Remember, I worked for 20 years in Hollywood. Gregory, what the hell are you going to do now? TL just asked you a really important question. What are you going to do now? It's a big decision. Wow. So I don't have to be a martyr every day? I don't have to do this. I don't have to do that. That's my default setting, but what about other perspectives, okay? And then you come back and we hang out at the table And then you say, hey TL, you know what? I'll get back to you on that. It's too much for me to think about right now tonight. I've got some ideas though. Thank you for bringing up the subject. I know, okay. So I know that's a very odd way to do a tarot reading, but that's literally how I felt it here. The way to go forward is to understand that, like, by looking in the mirror of relationship, and that could include tarot illumination right here, where in this reading I'm offering a very, very simple mirror. Okay? The mirror of relationship. It's one of the most valuable gifts you can give to someone else. The reflections that you give to me about myself are very valuable. Likewise, the reflections that TL gives to you in readings about you are very valuable. You already know that. And so at this moment here tonight, right now in this reading, it's like we don't have the answers at this very moment, okay? What you need to know will come to you when you need to know it. But it's very important to understand, like, you're at a threshold moment in life. This is a very serious, I would say, historic moment in your life where it's time to look at your life in a whole new light. You've been here for a while on Earth. You're going to be here for a while longer. So what does that look like? Who are you going to relate to? What kind of relationships are you going to have? Where are you going to be? How are you going to be? What's it all going to look like? Big, big, big decisions. Again, like an artist, you have all these raw ingredients in front of you. Okay? Just think of it as raw ingredients. So what am I going to do with this? If it's lemons, you make lemonade, as they say. Okay? Gregory just put on the note there. What now? What now? What now? Reset the default settings. Okay, that's a very, very good way to put this, Gregory, in 3 words. Wow. You just put everything in 3 words, which just took me 20 minutes. 3 words in 20 seconds. That took me 20 minutes. All right, so you get it. I'm glad you got something out of this. Reset the default settings. Wow, when you think about that, it's a very profound saying. Mr. Harrison, you're up. RSH. Let me make a note of that. RSH. I just saw your notes there on the screen as well, RSH. Cancer Sun. Okay. Sun in Cancer. And what was the other one you said? Capricorn Rising. And Libra Moon. Okay, can you see my shorthand there for you, Rebecca? Sun in Cancer, Ascendant in Capricorn, Moon in Libra. Got it. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Right now, we're going to work with Mr. Harrison. Warren, this is going to be a totally blind reading. Hope you're okay with that. Most of the readings tonight have been, I would say, even the readings that had a theme or a subject, they were still pretty wide open. Hey, Precious, you're still here. Wow, thank you. So, Precious, let's do a follow-up, okay, by email. Let's see if we can find a way to maybe do something like I talked about earlier, like an actual fundraiser, you know? Because what you're talking about is a lot of money. You need to raise a whole bunch of money fast to get you out of the hole and into a new situation. It's like a one-time deal.
But these things happen across the world all the time now. The energy of Aquarius is very powerful. You know, we've got Saturn in Aquarius. It's testing humanity. We've got Mars in Aquarius and Venus in Aquarius, okay? So the Aquarian humanitarian theme is very powerful. All right, Mr. Harrison, here we go. I just got to shuffle up a little bit. This is going to be a totally wild card type of reading. I have to keep going because I don't like to do jumpers. Just letting everybody know, I don't do reversals, I don't do jumpers, flyers, or anything like that. I like the cards the way they are originally designed and painted by the original artists. I don't want to mess it up by flipping them around or reversing them or anything like that. It's hard enough to do the readings as it is, just using the cards in their original depiction, okay? All right, here we go. All right, what kind of messages do we have for Mr. Harrison tonight? Cheers, my old friend. Okay, plugging in the diagnostic tool. Here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And let's look at the external influences. Hint, hint. The current aspects of the planets. Da, 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 da. Oh, we got the Wheel of Fortune. Okay. So, right now, when you look at the charts, because there are very intense placements right now. Huge cluster over here in Pisces. We just came out of a huge stellium in Capricorn. A few months ago, it was very easy to predict war and extreme violence, and look what we have today. Right now, Mars and Venus has already moved on, and the violence is extending and expanding out. This is not about your life, Warren, but what I'm trying to suggest here with the Wheel of Fortune is that these aspects here, the movement of the planets, affect you in a very personal way, just as they affect the whole of Earth and humanity in a very direct way. Okay? So, well, for example, with this obvious, huge blob of red ink here, it's like it would be so easy to default to the worst possible aspects here because it's so much energy to handle. On the other hand, a relatively evolved being, hint hint, someone like Mr. Harrison, could easily, let's say, ride this wave instead of being a victim of this wave, okay? So, with the Wheel of Fortune here for you, surrounding you, it makes me feel as though there's a lot at stake with some aspect of your life right now where in some ways you might feel you don't have any control over it at all, where you're being swept along by the fates, like life goes up, life goes down, whoa, life goes up, 1 minute, it's awesome, next minute, whoa, what was that? And I equate that with the Piscean theme of like waves in the ocean, up and down. 1 minute you're up, 1 minute you're down. It's almost like
the beauty of this juice here, I'm going to give myself a reason for a refill. Top up. Okay, so just take this for an example. The ups and downs of this fluid here. These little beverages have been around for thousands of years. And human beings have refined and refined and refined these beverages to the point where people pay a lot of money to have the very best of these beverages. These similar beverages with the same ingredient can also be heavily abused. And there are people who end up in the pits of misery and depression and death and liver disease because of the same fluid. Okay? So there's a good side and there's a not such a good side. And you have to find the balance. For myself, Terra Lumination, I'm right at the tippy edge of my... I don't normally drink as much as I did tonight, but I'm burning up astronomical amounts of calories that it's almost like I don't feel as though I've had any alcohol at all. Okay? So that's my excuse. What I'm trying to get at here is that this is what it is. And we bring it into fruition, into creation. But then it's up to us, what are we going to do with it? Some people end up as suicidal, raging, drunk alcoholics. Some people end up being able to really enjoy this as a refined privilege. And it goes up and it goes down. So I'm trying to translate that into your life. You might be at a position in life right now where you're at this like a point of realization, like, wow, I have come so far and I have done so much, and yet I have nothing to show for it. And then the other side is like, wow, I've come so far and I've done so much, and look what I have to show for it. Okay? It's the same energy, but it's a question of perception. Okay? One minute it's up, 1 minute it's down. External influences. You might be, whether you know it or like it or not, Warren, you might be at a point in life where you're starting to realize you are highly susceptible to key people in your life who have found a way to be very close to you. And it gets to the point where it's like with the Piscean energy, it's so easy for them to get lost in you and for you to get lost in them, where you can't tell the difference anymore. And so it's like you end up living life in tandem. Like when things go up for you, oh, there. Like I'm literally talking about in tandem, okay? Like it's so easy to talk about the fishes, but you know, I was at PetSmart the other day, and it was amazing to watch how fish behave. They go up here, and they go down here. One fish affects the other, and the other fish affects the other, and so on and so on. And they all move as one. Like when you watch like these schools of fish, it's like the school of fish has its own identity and the individual doesn't exist anymore. So my feeling here with the Wheel of Fortune is that you're at a point in life where you're realizing, wow, I am deeply, deeply in the flow. But being in the flow is contingent upon you being deeply connected with another person in a way that another person is deeply connected with you. None of that would show on this card normally, but that's the message that I'm getting here. The ups and downs that come with the Wheel of Fortune card are a result of the relationship dynamics that you allow to occur in your life, for better or worse. But it's always, always, always in the flow. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now here's the situation itself. Okay. Sometimes you get to a point where you forget that you're in the flow. You forget that you are part of something bigger than you, and that something bigger than you is part of you. And then you end up in a very difficult position of like, wow, what am I supposed to do now? And you're left with no other option except to rely on what I would call divine intuition or psychic connections with, oh God, okay, with the moon energy here. Hold on, give me a second. With that Two of Swords, it makes me feel like you're at a point in life where like three-dimensional decision-making processes are fine up to a point, but then you reach a point in life through your own awareness where you realize it's a much bigger landscape than just you sitting in front of a music producing studio, or you trying to calculate the next 12 hours in your life. It's a much bigger thing. It's all part of this like flow energy. And then now that you become aware of it, it's almost like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do now that I've discovered I am literally just a being in the flow with other significant beings who are also in the flow. The only way you can make decisions going forward from that point is kind of going into this really like deep, serene, meditative state. And I'm going to be a little bit presumptuous here, where it feels to me like you don't have an option anymore, where you kind of have to a little kind of like detach from the flow and then go into a position of self-containment where you understand that it's like I am still me, and I'm aware that I'm part of the universe and part of the flow, but I'm also still me. And I cannot afford to just permanently be a part of like the flow, man. I actually have to start individuating myself and start to make some decisions that are purely about me, for me, and my welfare and my benefit, my best outcomes. You get to this point because what ultimately is best for you is best for the whole environment, your environment. So how do you do that? How do I decide what is best for me in a way that it's actually mutually beneficial? You can't do that without putting yourself first. And I think the only way to do that in a completely, utterly selfless way is to kind of go into this meditative, detached state of mind where you ask for divine inspiration. You ask for the information that you need to know to come to you. So you put yourself, you basically say, you do a little prayer like, okay, I'm Warren Harrison. I have a pretty good idea who I am, what I'm doing, I have these relationships, and I'm in this way that I live in the world. But in order to proceed and live and to continue in the full ebb and flow in life, I need to get my own shit together in such a way that I am not just living on autopilot anymore. I cannot afford to live on autopilot anymore. I am no longer willing to just be like this. I need more. I need more information. Please send me that information. Whatever I need to know, please show me. Whatever is mine, please bring it to me. Whatever is not mine, please take it away from me, okay? I need to upgrade, okay? All right, so what's the problem here? It might, okay. Okay, so with the Six of Cups, my feeling is that you might be, to me this is like a very Cancerian type of energy. I don't know if you follow astrology or anything, but it makes me feel like this is very much to do with past life, loved lives, commitments and obligations to friends, family, loved ones, in the way of history that you already have deeply ingrained into your life, in your body and soul. And the fear is that by realizing you're at a point where you're going to have to, like, you don't want to be a victim of this wave. You want to be in the flow of the wave. In other words, you don't want the wave to go this way when you're oriented that way, because that's like a lot of pain. And so with the Two of Swords here, it means having to make deliberate efforts to increase your skills at obtaining divine inspiration. In other words, you're going to have to deliberately ask for it and deliberately go into a meditative state in order to receive that information and knowledge. And that's like upgrading from how you are right now and who you are right now. The restrictions and the limitations are that you might have a very strong emotional attachment and connection and a sense of deep comfort and compassion with the existing status quo, with love, family, and relationships, that you might be reluctant to have to literally tune into yourself more than ever before, because it feels to me like your loving natural nature would be to be in the flow with the loved ones that you have already who have chosen you, and the loved ones that you have already whom you have chosen. And then to have to break out and do something a little bit more self-oriented might make you feel a little bit awkward or ashamed or guilty. How are we going to deal with this going forward? Okay, with the Four of Swords here, my feeling is that we're looking at a long-term pattern of having overextended yourself in the flow of life. Up and down, up and down, up and down. But there comes a point where you need a break and you need to recalibrate, reformulate in what is good and right and true for you, rather than what is good and right and true for the collective or for everybody else or friends and loved ones and family. In other words, it would be very beneficial for you right now to take a break, to detach yourself, to literally almost say, you know what? Hey, buddies. Hello, my dear loved ones, friends, family, and so on. Excuse me, but I need a timeout for myself. I need to get I need a tune-up for myself, and I can't do that the way things are right now. So excuse me if you don't mind. I am going to disappear for a while. I'm going to switch off my phone, my computer, my internet, my music, my relationship dynamics, my day-to-day activities where, from your perspective, I am basically checked out, okay? I'm going to go to my room, I'm going to lock the door, and I'm going to hide, and I'm going to rest, and I'm going to meditate, okay? No offense, no insult, okay? It's just that this is what I need right now so that I can get back into the flow again when I deal with all of this, okay? So, Lauren, I hope that helped you in some way. I hope that you got some kind of, I don't know, sense of, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, TL. I get it. I get it, man. All right, Rebecca, you're up. Dear Rebecca, I can already tell with your sun in Cancer and ascendant in Capricorn that you must have been dealing with a lot of very intense issues for years now, especially every month or twice a month when you get the transits of the moon in Capricorn and the moon in Cancer. Moon in Capricorn, moon in Cancer. Every month. Okay, I wonder if I can do an illustration. Maybe I can, I don't know. Okay, so, Rebecca, every month, the moon takes about 28 days to do a loop, okay, a lap. Okay, you've got ascendant in Capricorn, moon in Libra. Okay, let's take moon in Libra. Let's say you're born with moon in Libra. Every 28 days, the moon is going to transit Libra for about 2.5 days. Okay? That's extremely precise and highly predictable. Okay? Every single month. Now, because you have a sun in Cancer, ascendant in Capricorn, we have a guaranteed collision or stress point. Let's call it a stress point. Twice a month. When your moon goes into Capricorn, that's going to be a stress point. That's 14 days over here, so that's every 7.5. That's about a week, another week, another week, and another week. Okay? So, with the moon in Libra, okay? Actually, let's do this the other way. Ascendant in Capricorn. Ascendant in Capricorn and the sun in Cancer. So you're naturally placed on a solar chart, on a natal chart. With the sun in the 7th house, you would be naturally programmed to be a significant other for someone else. Okay? That's just what happens when you have the sun in the 7th house. Okay? The reason I'm saying you have the sun in the 7th house is because your ascendant is in Capricorn. So you might have the characteristics of a Capricorn. You might be slow, steady, responsible, and methodical, and efficient in life. But with the sun in Cancer, that's the Capricorn business energy. The sun energy is all about home and family and comfort. And so, the sun in Cancer and ascendant in Capricorn, that's kind of a strong emphasis on the marriage axis, on the primary relationship axis over here. Oh, hold on, wait a minute, where's Capricorn? There's Capricorn. Okay, so it would be like this. Okay, this axis here is really lit up for you. And then you have Libra hard squaring over here. So there's a lot for you to learn in terms of life and love and relationships. You and the other and you. And how do you feel about that? Anyway, the other thing about the Cancer-Capricorn axis is that it's been extremely prominent for since 2008 with Pluto going through Capricorn. So every time the Sun goes through Cancer, or the Moon goes through Cancer, or Saturn, Venus, or whatever it is goes through the Cancer opposition sign here, that's going to trigger that axis for you. Okay? That's that axis here. And then Libra, of course, being the sign of relationship. So for a long time now, the Cancer-Capricorn axis, in terms of global astrology, has been heavily emphasized, okay? Now, I don't remember if you put any notes on the screen, Rebecca, but if you did, I didn't see them yet. If you do have one particular theme and you want me to address that, fine. Please just type one word into the chat and we'll go from there. Otherwise, I'll give you a totally wild open freestyle reading. It's up to you. I have to shuffle the cards anyway, so it takes a little while. Mr. Harrison, thank you. I'm glad you got something out of that. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Hello, Journey Seeker. I recognize that name. I've seen you here before. I don't know much about you. I can't remember if we did readings together or anything, but I do remember that name, Journey Seeker. I see your note there, Gregory. SHIT. That's hilarious. TL, don't play that flyer. Shit. You're talking about the when the cards jump out, right? That's hilarious. Thank you so much. All right, Rebecca, you're up. Thank you for your patience and your kind donation. I really appreciate it. I need everything I can get right now. Precious, if you're still out there, let's follow up. Let's see if we can find a way to set up an actual fundraiser, okay? All right, Rebecca, here we go. I don't see any notes for you, so I'm just going to keep going. All right, I hope you don't mind. All right, here we go. Dear Rebecca, I'm doing a really extreme cut because I'm trying to get maximum clarity. Wow, we did the blessing much earlier in the show, but let's do it again. Bless this deck, bless every single card, bless the cameras, the lights, the microphones, all the softwares, multiple softwares, and the cables and the platforms and the internet and the electricity, the lighting, all of that, because we can't do it without that. Rebecca, here's the situation, here's the challenges, here's how we're going to handle it. All right, Rebecca. Page of Wands. I don't know if you're in school or college or studying for anything. I don't know if you are seeking like new horizons and wanting to really advance yourself, further yourself in life. Okay? with the Page of Wands here, my feeling is that this would be okay, you want to have a look for a 6 month. Okay. With the Six of Wands, okay, I saw your note. I see your note. Oh, like an overview, a 6 month overview. Okay, sure. With the Page of Wands here, my feeling is that we are in a golden time for you. Okay, Rebecca? This is a golden time for you to really kind of expand your, what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Your zest for life. Let's put it that way, okay? If you've been feeling stagnant or frustrated or confused or lost or held back in any way, now is the time to dust yourself off. Like if you have to, Rebecca, what I'm sensing is, I don't know if you're athletic or anything like that, it might be an idea to just you know what, go out for a jog, or go out for a walk, go out for a swim, take the dogs out, or hang out with, do something where you can shake off any kind of dust or inhibitions or any kind of frustrations or limitations, and give yourself a moment to look at life going forward, realizing wow, there is still so much to do, so much to learn, okay? There's no point in living your life right now feeling like everything that you know, everything that you've experienced is all that there ever is going to be, okay? There is so much more ahead, okay? It might include studies. It might include having to deliberately step out and take risks and venture into new territories where you are really fundamentally attracted, but you've never dared to go there before, because it means having to upgrade your skill set, your abilities, your life, your credentials, or whatever. That's not a bad thing. What's the situation itself? Nine of Cups. To me it sounds like, in some ways it's really simple, like the main goal here is just to be happy. I would like to be happy in such a way that I own my happiness. I've generated and created my own happiness from within. So I am not dependent on external factors for me to feel happy, for me to feel loving, for me to feel loved. The only way to do that is to activate that principle: be loving, be loved. Be loving, be loved. You have to repeat it to yourself over and over and over again. I am loving, I am loved. I am loving, I am loved. I am loving, I'm loved. I am loving, I am loved. And it becomes like a credo. It's like a belief system. It becomes ingrained in your heart, in your soul, where you realize wow, I don't have to expect love to come to me from the outside for me to be happy. I don't have to chase love. I don't have to let love chase me. I can be my own generator. I can be self-fulfilling. It doesn't mean you isolate yourself, okay? RSH, Rebecca, you don't isolate yourself. You don't stop yourself loving someone. You don't stop someone from loving you because it goes against this principle of being totally self-contained. All I'm suggesting here is that with the Nine of Cups, actually, I think we touched on this a little bit earlier on the show tonight. Maybe this is another time, another occasion where it's worth stating this thing. Actually, let's just do it. Okay? Now, Rebecca is a female name. So, you could say, okay, with the Nine of Cups here, it might be that you're already in this state of awareness. But if you're not, the Nine of Cups is hinting that it's time to get into this state of awareness, like really, like, wow, okay. It's not a shock, but it's more like a reiteration, a commitment, like a devotional kind of commitment, where you know deep down that the most important thing is to love thyself. It's not a selfish thing, because to love thyself means to be truly most committed to what is best for you, because of what is best for you to be at your highest, most loving self, is what's best for the rest of the world and your loved ones. You know, your cats, your dogs, your pets, your friends, children, aunts, uncles, friends and family, whatever. And so it's like, it's a different tone from what happened much earlier in the show, where it's the same words, like, I'm a very lucky woman. I'm a very wealthy woman. I'm a very happy woman. I'm a very blessed woman. And you can repeat that 3 times. And do that, once a day for a week. And see what happens. So, with the Nine of Cups here, my feeling is that it's kind of a really broad spectrum reading, like you said, for the next 6 months. What's really important, again, with all these tons of cups energies here, you could relate that to the Pisces theme, which is all about love, universal love, pure love. We're not talking about romantic love. I'm not talking about sexual love or anything like that. I'm talking about the kind of love that is... love is as love does. It's the gesture. It's being loving in the moment. Always choosing to be loving in the moment, even if it's inconvenient or awkward. I'm not saying be a martyr. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. All I'm suggesting is you take everything into full consideration, your life, your world, your love, relationships, family, and so on, and you deliberately choose, thank you, TL, for that reminder. What is best for you? Because in your situation, what is best for you is the best for others. I know it sounds like I'm trying to encourage vanity or narcissism, but that's not what this is about. It's really about love thyself, okay? To the point where you are content, to the point where you're not like desperate or seeking that love validation externally, okay? It's yours and you own it from within. Now what's the challenges here? Okay, you might feel very compelled to do just the opposite. With the Hierophant here, it's a very powerful energy of traditional type of contracts and arrangements and agreements between human beings. In your case, for example, marriage. With the Sun in the 7th house, wait a minute, yeah. In a very simplistic way, ascendant in Cancer, ascendant in Capricorn, Sun in Cancer, to me that implies is that you are naturally built for marriage. You would be genetically, astrologically programmed to be a marriage partner in a classic traditional agreement. Yourself and another with you. Okay? Now, I don't know if that subject resonates with you in any way, like whether you're thinking of getting married or whether you are married, and whether there's problems of marriage, or whether, the whole idea of, does marriage constitute happiness? Does being married become more important than being happy for yourself, and so on and so on? It's a very tough dynamic when you've got the sun and the ascendant. Like if you feel you have a really strong ascendant in Capricorn and it's opposed by the sun in Cancer, okay, that is happening on the marriage axis, on the relationship polarity axis. So it would kind of bring this subject matter into the spotlight, okay? And then with the moon in Libra, there might be this like deep uncertainty about like, whoa, is this the right relationship? Am I the right person for them? Are they the right person for me? Ooh, I don't know. Man, what's that going to look like? Where am I now? Where are things going to be 6 months from now? Damn, I am not sure. So much to learn, okay? But still, it's much healthier if you like squash everything, condense everything, and filter everything back to you, because it could be a lifelong dynamic, okay, where your sense of identity and selfhood, sovereign selfhood, you might feel that it's so completely contingent on being that person for someone else. And that's the only way that you can feel like you are you. When you are that person for someone else. The question is that other person there for you as much as you are there for them? That's when problems start to happen. So, the subject of marriage, relationships, and love might be a very important theme for you. But again, it doesn't... What's that expression like? It's like you don't want to look for someone else to fill the vacuum in your life. It's the healthy way to love and relationship is to, number one, love thyself to the max, first of all. Then you can consider the notion of being with someone else. And then when you love yourself to the max like that, when you activate the laws of attraction, then there's the potential to attract someone who operates on your frequencies so that there is not a huge disparity. In other words, you don't want to be completely completely capable of love thyself and then attract someone who is completely hollow and unable to love themselves unless they kind of get it from someone else. That's just not healthy. That's not going to work. What really counts in that kind of relationship dynamic is for you, number one, to love thyself to the ultimate, and then through the laws of attraction, attract someone else who operates at those frequencies as well. Okay? So that might be a long-term project for you here. How are we going to deal with this right now? Okay, so with the Death card, you might be realizing like, wow, I'm operating from either obsolete or redundant belief systems regarding love and relationship compared to what Tarot Lumination was talking about just now. In other words, if by chance, Rebecca, you have just automatically been believing that your sense of love and being loving and being loved is contingent on finding the right person to have a formal relationship, and you're starting to realize like, Oh my God. Now I get it. It's impossible for that to happen unless you love yourself first, okay? And if you're realizing like, oh, I didn't love myself first, I've never actually done this before. I've never actually manifested all my own personal happiness for myself first. Oh dear. That means like, am I going to have to completely flip over my default operating system for love and relationships? Oh my God, I just saw your notes, Rebecca. On the screen it says, I have been engaged 4 times and you got married once and it was annulled after 3 months. I don't want to get trapped. Wow. Oh my God. Yeah, in that context, marriage would be a trap. The fear of being contracted and signing documents, official documents that consign you to a prison or being trapped. Okay, well, that's the fear card here for sure. You might have a deep, deep fear of marriage going forward. On the other hand, it might be that you're naturally programmed for marriage. So that makes it a little bit tricky, but that's the nature of oppositions. I don't know if you have any planets in Capricorn, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did a personal deep dive reading, there would be some kind of fixed stars or a nodal axis or something, you know. But anyway, going forward, how do we deal with this situation? To me, it feels like the way with the death card, it means like accepting the losses and failures of what you've known and experienced already, and then figuring out, well, what am I going to do now? Because you're never going to go back to what didn't work. Okay? And so it's the energy of transformation. So it's up to you to transform from the inside out. So in other words, let's just say, like, okay, look at it this way. You've been engaged 4 times. So with the sun in the 7th house, that would be normal. Like, there is a very profound dynamic to be married, to be in a profound one-on-one relation with someone else. And one of them turned into a marriage, and that turned into a trap. Obviously, you don't want that. So the way to go forward is this. Let's say you still have a primal desire to be married. You have to understand from this reading that there's no chance of a successful marriage or love relationship to that degree until you completely own it all yourself beforehand. So it's almost like whoever ends up as a marriage partner has to understand that they are completely redundant and useless and dysfunctional in a marriage unless they have the ability to completely and totally love themselves first. So this is a really tall order for anybody. It's hard for people to do this. It's really hard. It's really, really hard. Honestly, Rebecca. So it's not surprising that you resulted in failure there. 4 engagements, 1 marriage, and that was annulled. Okay? You do not want to get trapped. So my guess is that, I mean, I'm not trying to push this here, but it sounds like you need a full-on personal reading where I could go deep into the astrology, and I would need to see the nodal axis. I would need to see a couple of other aspects about your natal charts, and if there's certain people involved, we'd have to do synastry and composites and all that kind of stuff. But those readings are expensive, okay, and they take time and work, okay? So I'm just letting you know, Rebecca. It's been a pleasure for me to read for you here tonight, but to me it feels like this reading is incomplete.
the way forward is to understand that
the status quo and what you've been used to is obsolete. You just said it yourself. I don't want to get trapped. This is a trap. This is the legal, binding, contractual obligation of a marriage. And given your experience, you might be very, very frightened of a traditional marriage contract. On the other hand, if you're naturally programmed for marriage, how do you resolve that? Because it's like two opposing, conflicting energies. Something has to change. Something has to shift. I can't do that in this reading here tonight, okay? Rebecca, I'm sorry. That's really weird to end the show like this and end a reading like this where it's completely inconclusive. The only thing I can guarantee you for sure is that things have to change. And ultimately that means you. Something inside of you has to change. The death of the old and the birth of the new. Profound transformation, okay? Let's leave it at that. So this is an extremely open-ended reading, and it will require some kind of follow-up to get any value out of this, okay? Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, everybody here tonight. I've got to wrap it up. It's been a long show. Wow, man, yeah. Thank you for your patience, your endurance, your kindness, your generosity. I really, really appreciate this. I can't describe how much I appreciate this. Please enjoy the rest of March as best you can. It is a tumultuous month. The Aries season is going to be pretty choppy as well, so please be aware in advance. And then we'll look at the rest of it a little bit later on, okay? I'm just cleaning up the deck after the show here tonight, and then we will pick up later on. I'll see if I get any bookings during the week, and we'll shuffle again. But in the meantime, that's it. I'm just going to put everybody on full display here. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Warren. Thank you, Gregory. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Ike. Thank you. There you go. Blessings to all of you. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm sorry about the weird glitch in the middle. Okay?